that was a case of beer. Well, we don't buy cases of beer, but we will pay for gas. Did you get the wrong receipt or did somebody use the wrong credit card? I mean, I know I've got an ECIA credit card and I pulled it out and after I've swiped it, I've got, oh, I'm not at work. Right? Come in and say, well, I inadvertently swiped the wrong card. I owe X amount. Here's the receipt. With, get it taken care of. So, just be aware of how you're making purchases and who's making those purchases and who's following up. Are you doing all of it or is there some redundancy and some backup? Which is a good thing. More eyes on are better. Well, it's not advancing. There we go. And then what are you purchasing? You buy pens and pencils, you buy paper, you might be buying vehicles, you might be buying copying machines and printer cartridges or copying toner, computer equipment, shovels, whatever. You buy a lot of different things and no, you don't have to go through a sealed bid procurement policy if Public Works needs a new shovel. It does, so your procurement policy can be written so that it works for you in the purchases that you're making. And why does it matter? Well, you're using taxpayer funds and as is ECIA, and we are responsible for making responsible purchases, spending that money wisely, getting the best quality for the lowest price, and using it on things that are eligible. And in the case of my working on grants, there's only certain things we can buy. So if the contractor comes in and says, for a lead hazard control grant, well, I just bought a new water heater because they have no hot water in this house. Well, it looks like you just bought them a new water heater because I can't pay for that. And you have to, and even if I could, you have to go through the proper procedures for me to be able to authorize payment for an eligible product. So that's why it matters. Nobody wants to get their hands slapped for it. You should not have bought that. You shouldn't have authorized it, or there's money being spent in questionable ways, or you can't answer where the money went to, whatever the case may be. So a procurement policy and following it will help answer all of those questions and keep you on track. So the basic, and the handouts here that were passed out are a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. There's also several examples of procurement policies from other communities. They're all from rather large communities, so they might go a little further into the weeds than what you might need, but they're good examples of where to start or get the conversation going with whoever you need to discuss with if you feel that you should be having a policy put in place. And then the last thing I think in the packet is chapter 26 from the Iowa Administrative Code, which is the code that is state code that needs to be followed if you are purchasing or contracting for construction as a public entity. And we'll talk about that a little bit as we go on here. So the four major ways of procuring anything are a small purchase method, which are for items less than $55,000. A simple purchase method, which the item that you're purchasing is between $5,000 and $50,000. Sealed bid method, slow down, is used for basically all construction type projects. And then you also would have to follow chapter 26 of the Iowa Administrative Code. And any purchase over $50,000 that is not an architect, engineering, or technical assistance type person. The fourth method is the competitive proposal method, which is for your professionals that you're hiring, your engineers, your architects, any technical assistant consultant type person. We go through a competitive proposal, which is an RFQ, request for qualifications, or RFP, request for proposal. So for the small purchase method, less than $5,000, this can be made, your laptop dies. You can go buy a laptop. Anything that's less than $5,000, as long as it's not a repetitive type product or service, you need salt for the water softener in City Hall. That's a repeat purchase. If that repeat purchase would be not $5,000, it's less than $5,000 for the single purchase. You purchase it monthly, but over the extended year, it's more than $15,000. Then you would have to go to the next method of purchasing. So, but if it's just a one-time purchase here or there, it's less than $5,000 per item or less than $15,000 for repeat type items, you just go make your purchases. All your purchases, I'm guessing you log and at some point have to account to somebody, but yeah, how you're purchasing and what you're purchasing, there should be a log, We bought a new computer for Janice on October 17th. We bought copier toner for City Hall on November 20th, whatever. There should be some accounting so that it's easy to track what's being purchased, and that can be reconciled against credit card receipts or your checking account ledger, bank accounts, whatever. The simple purchase method from $5,000 to $50,000 are obviously bigger purchase. Maybe you're buying a vehicle or a snow blower, or some sort of riding lawnmower or something, and it's one purchase. It's going to be more than $5,000, but less than $50,000. In this case, then you don't have to put it out for bid, but you should be getting comparative costs. So do your shopping, whether you go on the internet and you get quotes, or you call the local dealership up or go to them and they give you a written quote on the item that you're looking at. You can take it back and say, well, John's going to give me top of the line John Deere riding lawnmower. It's got all these bells and whistles, and it's going to be $25,000. But Harry over here this is a low end, and I'm making things up. We'll stick with John Deere so that I'm not bashing any brand. This is a low end piece of equipment, no bells and whistles. He's not giving me a warranty, and it's $30,000. Well, and there's another one in there someplace in between. I can get this top of that line machine, or maybe the top of the line machine's a couple $1,000 more than the low end one, but the low end one's going to get 6 months to get, but this one's on the lot and you can have it in 2 weeks and you need it. As long as you can justify the purchase and show that you're getting a reasonable deal, you don't always have to take the lowest cost. You just need to justify what you've done, and be able to document what you've done. Something in this range, I would think you'd have a file for these purchases that, you know, okay, on this date or at this point in time, we purchased this and I've got a file that shows everything I did and why I chose this particular item.
Where in your policy would you put, and maybe that's gone away now that I'm so old, but it used to be that some cities would give preferential treatment to a local vendor.
Yes, that has kind of gone away. And that's usually been the case for like engineers and architects that they'd say, or grant administrators, that if you were gonna hire them, you would give preference if they were from your area and know the area. But that's actually kind of discouraged, with the way we can work remotely now. If you can find a great engineer to design your water sewage plant, and they're in Michigan, and you really like their portfolio, they've done projects almost exactly like what you've done, and they'll come and do all the public meetings that are required, and they're within the budget, you can choose them.
I know that we used to, and this is, we're talking a long time ago, but we used to say, like, when there were like local office supply stores, that if the office supplies were within 10%, we buy them. Well, we actually had, the guy knew that, he would actually order the stuff from Quill, add 10% to it. So he at least got a little bit of money, right?
That's great.
Yeah, and so once we realized that's kind of what he was doing, we said, well, forget it. And then we would do that with cars, these cars or vehicles. If they could be within 5% of the state bid or something, well, then that got all messed up when all the cars got, you know, you couldn't find them, you couldn't get them or whatever. But I just didn't know if that was still prevalent out there in
Yeah.
cities. If you have people that say, I live here, I pay taxes, you should be getting your stuff here.
We do it in Dyersville. We do it a lot for our large projects that we bid. So of course, if you have a contractor that is in the city of Dyersville, they get local bidder preference and it takes a percentage off. So they come in with their bid and then our engineers know that, well, this bid is this amount, but yet if it's a little bit higher than another one, they could actually get can be considered low bid because of local bidder preference.
And it's always lowest responsible and responsive bid. It's just not low bid. So we've all had the bids from a contractor that he knows the project's budget is $35,000. So he comes in at $34,999. But all the other contractors are at $37,000. But you know, this guy's gonna come in when you start looking at the bids and that he's gonna have change orders because he's missed something or he's not used the product that was specified, he's used a lesser quality or something. You can say, no, that's not a responsive bid. And take the higher bid.
We just did that when we were in my old city hall.
Yeah.
Someone,
Did you have a fight with the contractor?
No,
Oh,
the contractor had done other work in town and I had talked to those people and I'm like, hey, how was her work? And they're like, no, don't hire her.
Yeah,
Even though she was the lowest bid, you know, like had everything in her bid, I could change things if I wanted to, and I'm like, no.
all you just need to justify the decision. So even if you don't necessarily have a written policy, don't go that far. If you don't take anything else away today, just document your purchases and how the decision was made. So that if somebody comes in and even in our case for when we get audited by HUD for our lead hazard control or our CDBG grants or something, they might ask, well, why was it done this way? As long as we can justify why we did it that way, even if it's not quite the way it's always done, or we went over the cost, or we didn't do as many units. Yeah, I just finished out a grant that we were supposed to do 86 units. We did 79. And I'm like, why? Well, the average cost before COVID was $16,000 a unit, and after COVID, it was 25. The money doesn't go as far. I couldn't finish another 7 units. The money just wasn't there. I'm like, oh, okay. So just have your answers and have it documented, and don't rely on memory. Yeah, have it written and in a file someplace. And in this type of purchase too, if there are repeat purchases of whatever it would be, if it's over $150,000 in your fiscal year, then you would have to go on to the next level of procurement because of the aggregate cost of that item. Sealed bid method, I think we're probably all familiar with it. I think when we talk about procurement policies, this is the first thing that comes to mind. Oh, I don't want to go out for sealed bid for everything I do. This is where you have the specifications of whatever it is you're purchasing written up. You advertise that you're taking bids, the bidders respond in a sealed envelope, you open them publicly at one given time, and then you go through them all and see who is the lowest responsive bidder. You don't have to do that for every single, as I just showed you, everything that you purchase. This is the method that's used for purchases, particularly construction, that are greater than $50,000 or that aggregates over $150,000 in a year. And if it is construction and you as a city are purchasing that construction project, you do have to follow chapter 26 of the Iowa code. And I gave you a copy. And then there's different levels, even in there, depending on how much money that you will be spending. The competitive proposal method is when you're hiring a architect, an engineer, a consultant to, I don't know, do a comprehensive plan, you know, those types of things are competitive proposals. Again, you send out your proposal, advertise that you can send it to consultants you're interested in. Same way with construction, you can always send directly to someone you're interested to have bid on the project, but you also have to publicly advertise it. Depending if you're advertising or looking for a consultant or a contractor for some like CBDG projects, CBDG still has it written in their rules. You have to advertise in a newspaper, public circulation in the area. It's probably not where you're going to get your bidders from, but it's still in the law. It's what you got to do. So you also need to be aware if you're working with any special funds, if they have procurement requirements. There's a lot of websites now that you can put your projects on, or the proposals to solicit bids from. And you can see on this slide, it does say when you're gathering your information and your proposals from engineering firms, architects, etc., you're not asking for price right up front. You're asking for qualifications. So have they done like projects? How long have they been in business? Do they have enough staff available to do whatever it is that you're looking for them to do? And in this case, we're not supposed to rank their geographical location as a ranking factor when we go through and rank those proposals. So what you do is you get all the proposals in, you have your pre-made ranking sheet, and you read the proposal and you're like, well, do they have enough staff? Well, they say they do, but they only have 3 people. Maybe, maybe you feel that isn't enough. Or in the case of, your just thinking of like our Brownsfields grants, when we put out for proposals on some of them. The firms that don't have an environmental person on staff, well, Brownsfield is all environmental. How are they gonna do the work if they don't have knowledge of environmental services? Well, you look, you read for they're gonna sub all that out to this firm. Well, do I like that firm? And you can call and ask for references, and you can call their clients and have all of that in your scoring criteria. You end up with a numeric total for each proposal, and you look and say, well, ABC consultant has 32 points and Joe's consulting firm has 89 points. Well, maybe you don't want the one with 33 points, and then if you talk, and then maybe there's a couple in the middle. And so you talk to Joe's consulting and start negotiating and talking price, but they're gonna be $400,000. Well, that's not in our budget, and they won't negotiate down. Well, then you go to the next ranked one and talk to them. Hopefully you don't go all the way down to ABC that only had 33 points, and you probably won't, but most times the consultants know the range of what the work is going to cost for what you're putting out, and they will negotiate and work with you. It's been my experience anyway. There is federal procurement requirements, and they're found in 2 CFR part 20, and I probably should have printed this off also, but you can type in 2 CFR part 20 and do a Google search or whatever, and it pops up and it's there. These are the basic regulations that need to be followed when you're using federal funds. CBDG, EPA, DOE, whoever, pretty much follows 2 CFR. So you should be familiar with them. And with that being said, if you're going to write your own policy, you have to be at least as stringent as the federal regulations or Chapter 26 of the Iowa Code that already governs us. You have to be at least that stringent in your local policies. Trying to think if there's anything special about 2 CFR. Most of what I just said is in 2 CFR. Some of the costs might change, or they might have some exceptions for very small communities, things of that nature, but it's pretty much the same information as I just presented. CBDG that comes from Iowa Economic Development Authority follows both Chapter 26 and 2 CFR. The biggest thing or the one thing we've just actually gotten clarification on, if you are a community who has been working with a particular engineer or architect, you've had them not really on retainer, but almost, or they act as your city engineer for years, and now you're doing a water sewer project, you don't necessarily need to go out for procurement of an engineer for that project unless you want to pay for their services on that project with the CBDG funds. If you're not going to use the CBDG funds to pay for any of their design, any of their consultation, any of their construction observation, we don't have to prove that you have procured them through this RFQ process for this project, as long as you have a history of working with them. Now, if you haven't worked with an engineer for 5 years and now you've got a project that needs one, and you think there might be some sort of federal or state funding involved, you probably want to go through the RFQ process, do that just to be covered, even if you don't pay them with any of those funds. And then check occasionally that what you say you're going to do, you're doing, and check that you're doing it correctly. Particularly if the funding that you're spending is federal or state funding, if we don't do it correctly, they can ask for all the money back. That's not where any of us want to go. So just, review the policy once in a while, review what you're doing, review what you've purchased and how you've done it. Here's just a couple of examples in the next couple of slides. So ABC County needs to get quotes for a $40,000 simple purchase for one of their projects. Which of the following options describes an informal selection process that is following simple procurement standards? Is it A, call around to 3 companies and get verbal quotes over the phone? B, look online and print out a few examples of various prices? C, reach out to the company that ABC County has worked with in the past and get a written quote from them to add to the procurement file? Or D, reach out to a minimum of 3 companies asking for new quotes, add the quotes that are received to the procurement file? You can do D. You can reach out to, or should reach out to a minimum of 3 companies, ask for new quotes, and add all of the quotes that you received to the file. Those quotes can be printed up. I've done it for CBDG. I can go on and the grant recipient's gone online and found the item they want to purchase and printed that off and put that in the file. They've gotten a quote from a local vendor, put that in the file and made their decision from that. Just 3 quotes. If you can't get 3 quotes, just write a memo to the file and say, well, you can get 3 quotes. I reached out to 10 companies and only 2 responded. Maybe date the company you reached out to, or track with the date company you reached out to, and if you talk to anybody, so that you can show that you made it the attempt to get 3. Bidding a construction project. Cityville, Iowa wants to apply for a construction project that is not sure how to write the budget for the application without precluding an architect or engineer from bidding on the project later. Question 1, how can the Cityville get an idea of the rough cost and still adhere to the requirement for open and fair competition? And 2, how would this process be the same for different for purchasing equipment or supplies for public service? Any architect or contractor who would help write project specifications, come up with an estimate, if they're in there specifying product, measurements, doing design work, if they have not been procured for that project, well, no, back that up. If, before the project's even started, if they're doing in-depth work such as the actual design and estimating, they cannot bid on the final project. That's what this is what this is referring to. So for Cityville's project for architects, the option is review previous awarded project budgets, either your own or other cities, to come up with an estimated cost. You know, the cost of constructing a sewage treatment plant, putting up a water tower, well house, aren't going to be all that different. You know, there's going to, depending, we don't want to compare costs from 20 years ago, but if you can find a community that's done something in the near past, and you put up a water tower last year, can you just give me a rough estimate of what that cost? We gotta go. We're writing a grant application and I need an estimate. You can work with architect A to draft the scope of work and budget, and then bid the project out to other architects, and cannot accept a bid from architect A, or architect A may respond as long as they only assist with planning, general dollars per square foot. Okay, we're gonna build a new fire station. And you call an architect and he says, well, yeah, I did the fire station in community B and it cost $345 per square foot. Okay, well, we think we're gonna build a building this size times $340 per square foot comes to this much money for our application. Then that architect would be able to bid or submit a proposal for working on that project, as long as they don't give any details.
That's hard in a small town.
With it,
That's hard in a small town, I'm just saying.
oh, I hear that. I hear that a lot. We,
Mhm,
and I mean, we're writing grants,
mhm.
well, for our communities in our region, and you are small communities, some smaller than others. And they're like, we can't do all this. Well, some semblance of a procurement policy should be in place, and it's gonna be required if you,
Federal money, you gotta have
yeah.
that, so.
So if you don't have it and you're applying for federal money, yeah, you're gonna be asked to adopt something.
Right,
And it's a tool. I know a lot of people we talk to see it as a roadblock. Well, you're gonna keep me from dealing with the people I wanna deal with. Well, if you're below that $5,000, you can make those purchases however, wherever. You should still justify why you're buying, I don't know, all your paper from Johnny, and if there's another provider in your community, why you're not splitting it up or something. But if Johnny's selling you a ream of paper for $1 and Shirley over here is charging you $10, that's a pretty good justification. Receiving only one bid. This happens. You put something out for bid and you only get one bid back. So the question is this a case of sole source or single source procurement? And what information or documents are you going to need if you only get one bid? If you put your park pavilion out for bid and you only get, and you send it to 10 contractors in the area, you publish it in the paper, and only one responds with a bid, that's single source. It means that there's other available sources in your area, but only one responded. All you have to do again is track who you sent the proposal to, where you published it, and here's my bid tab. This is the only response we received. Sole source is when you have a project. This would be in this area, but let's just use radon mitigation. You have a building that's high in radon, you need a radon mitigation system put in, and you search a radius, 100 miles around your city, and there's only one radon mitigation firm. That's sole source. You really only have one person who can respond reasonably to this bid that you've got out there. Again, just document. How did you do your search for that item? And radon's probably not a real good example, but I know some of the radon guys, if they're in Sherrill, Iowa, they'll do Sherrill, Waltham, Holy Cross, and Dubuque, and that's about as far as they'll go. Again, not picking on anybody, I'm just making up examples, but not everybody will travel a distance to do the work. And some of the more specialized type things that we sometimes get involved in, there might only be one firm available in the state. Well, that's who we're gonna have to use that. If it is a federal or state type funded project and we only get one bid, there's probably gonna be extra steps before they'll say, yeah, go ahead and accept that bid. They're gonna want, again, documentation of why we only got one bid, and like IEDA will sign up and say, send a letter, okay. What you've done is reasonable, you followed the policy, this is what you've got, the price seems reasonable, go ahead and award this contract. Another example, your city is aware of compliance issues meeting the NPDES standards, and construction of a new wastewater treatment facility is in the city's future. What method should be used to procure A&E services? When should procurement take place? Why does any of this matter? Again, A&E services are through the competitive proposal method and RFQ. And as I said earlier, if you're not working with or haven't worked with an architect or engineer for some time, and you know this project's going to be coming down the road, you also are, at least I have not been involved in any water sewer projects that don't need some state or federal funding. Start the procurement process early and then procure for the whole project. If you're looking for an engineer, in that request for qualifications, include the design, include the construction observation, include final design, everything that's going to go with that project from start to finish for that engineer. Because if you put it out for design, if your proposal is strictly for design, then you're gonna have to go out after the design is done and awards are, funding awards are maybe made, and procure engineering services for the rest of the project. And that might be a different engineer, which I can't imagine the nightmare that would cause. So just make sure the proposal is for the entire project and done before any of the funding is maybe even applied for. Like, but then back up, if you do have an engineer that you work with continually, they can work on this project, get it going, work through the entire project, and you won't have to do separate procurement. If you get state or federal funding, there's gonna be some documentation needed on how they were hired, when they were hired, et cetera. But if we're not paying them with any of the federal or state funding, they don't have to go through another procurement process. And if you ever have any questions, you could call ECIA and say, hey, we're thinking about this project, what do we need to do? And someone here should be able to kind of walk you through it. So just think ahead. And I know a lot of the bigger projects take years to kind of come around anyway. So the further in advance that you get some of this legwork done, the better it is for the project and the easier it is. So you have a private developer that's purchased several buildings in your city's downtown and is planning extensive rehabilitation to the building exteriors and constructing housing on the upper stories. Very popular activity right at the moment. Is this property owner required to follow and document procurement methods for hiring an architect and general contractor? If this developer is going in and going to use all their own funding, no. But what has been happening a lot is they get somewhere in this process, they get the designs done, they get a contractor in, and then they start getting the estimates of what it's going to cost and go, oh, this isn't going to cash flow. I can't do this all on my own. And then they find out about some of the grants that are available. But the services, the contractor and the architect have not been procured through any process. It's not insurmountable, but it is difficult and will work to go through that process then to get grant funding awarded to that project. So if somebody comes into City Hall and says, hey, I'd like to buy that property on the corner, and you say, yay, because it's been vacant for 10 years. Don't say, no, you can't do it. That, you know, just have some discussions again that, okay, what are your plans? Well, if that's your plan, you know, there might be grants available, so you might want to do things this way. And again, all one of us here. And we can have some discussions so there can be a plan and a flow that doesn't jeopardize the funding. Because sometimes they won't even award the funding if they know it's kind of in progress, or it will be more difficult to get the funds released if we can't show procurement. Just better that everybody has somewhat of an idea going into the project, what some of the hiccups might be and what might make it easier. A little planning goes a long ways. That's all I really have. It's a real fast kind of simplistic overview, but do you have any questions or concerns? Do you have procurement policies? I see some yeses, some yay.
The state bid always take away, so like a vehicle purchase, I know that was in the 5,000 to 50,000. The state bid would take away you having to go out to, you know, be concerned about that purchase, right?
Yeah, there are lots of regulations out there, state and federally, and maybe before you do something, maybe before you write a plan, maybe before you tweak your plan, just do a search. Procurement of vehicles by a city and see what it says.
Well, I know there are consortium or purchasing consortiums that, as an example, I think our fire department belongs to one. I don't remember what it's called, and I guess it's not my fire department anymore since I'm retired, sorry. But a couple different consortiums that if the council agrees to allow them to be part of our procurement policy, they've done all the
like,
stuff, yeah. And if they have what the fire department needs, they're just able to get it without following all of our stuff.
I would,
I can't remember
Yes.
what they're called, but
yeah, no, I understand. And,
It's like a share program.
yeah, so I
yeah,
don't,
and I mean, carpet stores do similar things for purchasing. It's giving more power to small communities because they're grouping together.
well,
But, you know, I'm guessing, at least the communities that I work with, if they're gonna do something like that and turn it over to that group to do the purchasing, there'd be some sort of resolution passed.
right,
So, you know,
that allows you
yeah.
to use that
Yeah,
consortium or
so-
whatever, right?
There's
Usually
your documentation,
Right, usually the fire chief or somebody learns about it at some chief meeting or something like.
yeah. So it's just documented. We're told by HUD that if it's not documented, it didn't happen. You might have a house completely rehabbed, but if you don't have the documentation of how that happened,
Internally, the struggle I have found, or I used to find, was because we had this kind of policy, if you purchased anything over $1,000, you had to have a purchase order. 1,000 to 5,000. 1,000 to 5,000, you had to get 3 bids. You just
and
had to
that
call
was,
and get 3 bids, right?
that was your local
Yeah.
policy.
Yeah, this is the local policy. At $10,000, our city council has to approve the purchase. So up to 10,000, I and the city administrator would approve the purchase. After 10,000, it always had to go to the city council for approval. Now, a lot of cities have that much higher than we did, but ours was at 10,000. I think it's still at 10,000 even after I've left. But we had to get the 3 prices thing, and I constantly received notes on the purchase order that would say, sole provider, one provider. And it would be for this such and such part to John Deere, whatever. And I'd be like, okay, there are a million John Deere dealers. And even though I don't know what a something is on a mower, you know, I would be like, seriously, you can't get 3 prices? No, that's the other, you know, and so I'd have to go round and round so that I'd make sure they'd at least get their 3 prices. But there were things like certain water meters or whatever. I have no idea, you guys, if that's really the only provider that, in the whole United States, that's the only provider that does that water meter. And you get tired of fighting them, I'll be honest with you. But, that whole, you know, sole provider thing was, but the only place they can get their ammunition for their certain guns at the police department. I mean, people use that one a lot.
Yeah.
And it was very frustrating, especially when you don't know what the hell they're really buying. So if you know, if you can figure that out better than I could, good luck.
It's funny because I'm shopping for lawnmowers.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have a question or
Yeah, you
comment?
mentioned it, like if it's under, 50,000, but if it goes over, so like up to 150. Would that be like for the one individual project or just one, say, party that you're doing? Say you're doing overlay on multiple streets. And this street is only $46,000, but that same company is gonna be doing these 3 streets. It's 3 separate projects, but it's
Yeah,
still over
if
that
it's
50.
3, if it's, yeah, that I think is gonna put you over that 150. If they're only doing 1 street and it's 46,000. Well, now, but
Is it 3
Yeah,
different
we
projects
can-
or is it one individual vendor, I guess?
well, I see what you're doing.
Are you paying the vendor more than 50,000 or the project is more than 50,000?
I don't know that that's actually real clear. You know, like everything, that gray squiggly line. I'll look into that and I'll let Marla know and she can get back.
Cause we would get like a quote for, let's overlay these 2 streets or 3 streets
Yeah.
this year. But we're gonna get 3 different quotes from the same contractor. All 3 of them are gonna be over
Yeah,
the 50,000 together, but lumped individually, they'd be each be under 50.
What street, how big is this street that you're gonna get an overlay?
well, and my next,
46,000,
my
that's
next,
what I wanna know.
my next thought is Though if that's not considered construction anyway, and should. So it's gonna have to be a sealed bid, so it isn't gonna matter what it all comes to. I'll dig into that and I'll let Marla know, and she can get back to you.
Well, doesn't the street finance report lay out those definitions of what's considered a construction or, you know, because if you're gonna.
It'd really be considered a repair, not really a construction, because of the existing
I mean,
road
oh,
is there, and we're just
oh,
putting
but-
blacktop over the top of it, so.
But are you going to use, if you look at them as three separate projects and you get three different quotes and they're quoting different prices for the different streets, are you going to go with two different?
With three different
contractors?
contractors, yeah.
And I think that's what puts you
Yeah.
over the threshold.
Yeah, I believe,
And if they think that you're breaking it up just to get around it.
and I was just gonna, yeah,
Right,
there's,
Then
there's a-
you just gotta.
yeah, you can't separate projects to make them,
To make it small. just
Smaller
like the
and
same
not-
thresholds, yeah.
yeah.
And that's why I was asking if it's like the contractor, because you could say, okay, this is, we're using the same contractor, he's doing 3 roads, they're each $45,000 a piece. So we're under the 50, but we're using the same.
But you know, if they're all gonna be done in like the same fiscal year, I think you're over,
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
that's right.
yeah.
Can I clarify the question about the state bid? I know this only because I'm working with Jackson County on their emergency operations center for the jail. Federal funds, oh my gosh. And if you need a federal procurement policy. I know they now have one because they had us rewrite ours, because if you think that your policy fits all the federal requirements for the 2FR or whatever. If your policy isn't a book, you probably aren't meeting all the requirements. But I've got it, like I went around literally and searched everybody to try to find one, couldn't find one, and so we ended up doing it. So just so you know, contact me if you need one, because we've got one that's approved by FEMA. But also we asked the question for state bid, and the state bid for federal does not count. You still have to go through the federal. You cannot say, well, it's state bid, they won the state bid, they don't care. You still have to go through the regular first
And the
policy for that.
policies I handed out were given to me from, Iowa League of Cities. I just redacted the cities, so if you need other information or questions, they're a resource also.
But I'm saying they didn't have one for federal either when I contacted them for the complete federal procurement policy. So we made one and had it approved.
Was that through
was
the FEMA? I mean, ours was through FEMA when we had to do ours, but I don't remember that you could use I don't know that we had that
Well,
we're
this
using
was
that
just
option
within the
anyway.
last 6 months, so I don't know if that changed at all, because I thought it was a given, and I said, well, I got that, we getting that through state bid, it was radios, I think. And they said they didn't care, it still needed to go through their policy. State would care, state would say it was fine, but the
Right.
federal wouldn't say it was fine.
Well, and fundings get tricky. So if you're getting funding from IEDA or Iowa Finance Authority, ask them, is this considered federal funding or state funding? Because even, I've got a couple of projects I've worked with Iowa Finance Authority in the past year, that it's federal funding, federal money that has come to Iowa Finance Authority, but because it gets put into like their general obligation fund, when they disperse of it, it's now state money. So we don't have to follow all of the federal rules and regulations, which for procurement changes, but it also changes, you don't have to pay Davis-Bacon wages. You don't have to go through as much environmental review process. So you need, that's the other thing for procurement, you need to know what money you're spending, because there might be all these other rules and regulations that are tagged on to some of that funding. And you put out a bid for a construction project that are federal money and didn't advertise or put in the bid packet that they have to pay prevailing wage, and they are your hometown contractor that pays their guys $15-20 an hour to put up a building. And that's what they bid on. And the prevailing wage is now $20 an hour and $10 an hour for fringe benefits, a total of $30 an hour. They haven't bid appropriately. I would just toss that bid out and start over. And speaking of funding, I know we send out a funding alert. I hope you all get that, but there's all other means of funding available out there, search IEDA, search Iowa Finance Authorities, search Iowa Department of Iowa Department of Natural Resources, search HUD directly, Department of Energy directly. We've gotten funds from EPA directly that we've applied for. And when you see some of these and go, oh, well, that doesn't fit my project or what I'm doing, step back, read it again, and start thinking creatively. And we applied for a community, lots and lots and lots of money. We haven't heard back from EPA yet. EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. We figured out a way to write the grant to make it fit their goals to do some housing rehab, to do roofs, windows, siding, and insulation. Because they were looking for, they wanted it tied back to energy efficiency and that type of thing. Well, yeah, if we can get these properties that are all built early 1900s, new roofs, windows, siding, and insulation, they're gonna be more energy efficient. Oh, and the new HVA systems. That'll reduce carbon footprint for that house. You do 100 in a community that's really gonna bring down. That's the grant we wrote to EPA. Typically not the work EPA is involved in doing. So we'll see if they bite, but just don't go, oh yeah, this isn't, DOE recently had money and we've gotten 2 grants. One to run a bigger trunk line from a substation to a industrial park, I think. Again, Department of Energy, what? But it fell within the guidelines. And another grant was to change all the light fixtures in the municipal buildings of the community to be more energy efficient. So they're going from all the old incandescent and fluorescent fixtures to more LED fixtures. And they got a grant for it. So if you search lots of different sources, there's a lot of community foundation grants out there. Now they're smaller, but sometimes you have small projects too.
Or call us.
Or, yeah,
Your project.
again, call ECIA. We're usually on top of it and we're getting alerts about a lot of these opportunities, and we don't always know all of the projects you have in mind. But if you've got a good contact with Marla or whomever, and you have a wish list and say, in the future, we need to do the X, Y, and Z, and we see something come across our computer, go, oh yeah. That would be good opportunity to look at for this project. We can help out that way too. It's what we're here for.
I have a little procurement question that you may have gotten when you did this training last month at ECIA, but these
I
people
didn't
were not here.
because I'm not scripted. What did I miss?
No, because the person from the town was at your training, and I can't remember if she asked the question, but when small towns don't have city halls or public works, and the mayor wants to buy a chainsaw, because there was a recent storm and he wants to help clean up, where should that chainsaw, like they bought it with city money,
But
Oh, where
where should it
live?
get stored? Yeah,
Oh, boy.
because it was a big deal that,
And the city has.
that
the
he's
city-
keeping it at the house, his
this-
house.
Well, yeah, I can, yeah. The city has no public building, no storage unit.
They have
garage.
a dilapidated, city hall building that they still use for meetings.
Even.
And they have to-
And it should be stored right there,
Yeah.
wherever their records are stored,
Yeah.
it should be
Yeah.
in that building.
It should not be at the mayor's house.
Right.
Yeah.
Wanted to bring that up.
Yeah. Yeah, city purchases or city property, it should be retained within the city.
But what if, like, there's some small towns that don't have a public
Well,
building
where do they keep their files and their records?
at the city clerk's house, Jenna?
Oh,
Yeah, been there.
It happens, right?
Maybe they need to rent a garage someplace.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know.
They must contract out all their snowplow, everything, because
They have to,
where would you keep
They
your
have to.
equipment?
Yeah.
because they
Yeah,
could not afford to have that.
otherwise
equipment.
you can't let it, everything sit out.
Right, right.
Mhm.
Marla, my question is if they're paying and contracting their snow plowing or grass mowing or whatever out, the money that they would spend contracting it out would be more, would be less than, it would be more than making a payment on a lawnmower or a tractor. Cause that's how Dixon is they have like one of those little garden tractors, nothing huge to move snow. And they have one guy who's part-time for like 40 hours a month. To do like the mowing around the sewer plant and stuff like that. So, I mean, you know, you figure if you're paying a guy $1,000 a month with your payment and his hours, that's cheaper than you would contract out for somebody to plow snow once.
Yeah, I think the chainsaw was a knee-jerk reaction to the storm, and he's a new mayor.
Which, you know, I mean, I get, yeah, but, because I mean, we've had to purchase
Okay, so,
new
but
equipment.
in that case, maybe he should have bought his own chainsaw, gone and helped and volunteered and keep the chainsaw at home.
Yeah.
Because if it's city money, it's
Yeah.
city
But
property.
yeah, it should be stored
Right.
wherever their records are stored, if it's at the clerk's house or if it's.
Yeah, I don't know whatever happened with the whole chainsaw gate thing, so.
No, that did not come out of it last thing, but that's an interesting.
It's different than a tablet or a laptop. You know, we you
Right.
issue out tablets and laptops, but you don't issue out chainsaws.
Because you probably like.
But the murder shop.
Yeah. You tag them.
And 3 people,
Yeah.
yeah.
Don't tag them.
We
Like
might,
inventory.
yeah,
Yeah.
we know it has them.
Her sister.
And when they leave, we get them back, generally.
So I've got 2 dogs that
Nobody
get a
has.
husband, and I'm like, not that's enough for me.
Really.
Yeah, right.
A lot of computer. Yeah, a lot of it.
Any more questions for Liz?
I've got something.
Well, thank you. And I don't know if I put my contact information. If you have any questions for me, Liz is on our website. Yeah, I'm on the website. Just shoot me an email, give me a call. Be happy to talk through the situation.
Thank you. I'm gonna wait 3 minutes till 9:30 because, someone I think is coming over just for this session. And, oh, there's Mickey. Mickey, do you want me to pull up your presentation?
Yeah, that'd be great. I can do it from my side, or maybe not actually.
Can you
Maybe-
share? Let me.
Okay, yeah. No, that's
We're gonna
fine.
wait a couple minutes because someone said they were gonna join this session.
Okay. Do you want to make me a co-host so I can share or no?
I think I just need to stop this share
Oh, yeah.
and then you can try it. Good morning, by the way, Mickey.
Good morning. Yeah. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Can you see that, Marla?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Yep, so we got 2 more minutes, yeah. Okay, so it's
Okay.
9:31 and I just want to stay on schedule. So our next speaker is Mickey Fields. I don't think he needs an introduction. I think we all know Mickey, or have heard of his legendary career at Iowa legal cities. Mickey, you're on.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I'm not there with you today. Caught me in the middle of the budget workshops, and so I think, I hope you understand why I need to be back in the office today, get ready for one tomorrow in Iowa City, and keep things rolling. But also, I want to introduce Chelsea Hoy, who is our new Government Affairs Director, and she is on the Zoom as well. Chelsea got started not even 2 weeks ago, so she is jumping right into this whole world of ours. And I think it's quickly understanding just how much legislation impacts city governments, and there's a lot to learn. And try not to overwhelm her, but on the other hand, the next legislative session begins in a couple months or less than, and so we're gonna have to get up to speed quickly. So she's gonna hop on today and kind of follow along. This is an update I provided at IMFOA in the fall. And it kind of hits on the key points, mainly the ones that are, I would say, from last year's session that have the most relevance to you all as city clerks. And if there's any questions throughout, just unmute yourself. Don't, it's not an interruption whatsoever. We'll be happy to take those questions as we go. You all know me. You can't really offend me, so don't. That's not an interruption whatsoever. Um, and then also I should, and I skip ahead here. If there's other things that we don't cover today, just always check out our new laws of interest. That's available on our website. We always post that after the session, typically in July. So it gives a rundown on all the different things that were adopted or amended that impact city governments in some fashion. And so I won't be able to cover every last thing this morning, but again, just as a reminder of that report, if there's other stuff that you're thinking about. I wanted to start off with some good news. Usually we do our legislative updates, there's a lot of bad news, and there is certainly some bad news to cover, but I wanted to start off with something that was positive. It's something we've been working on for many, many years, and that is to start modernizing the public notice and publication system that cities and other governmental entities are required to follow when it comes to all sorts of things, but mainly for cities, it comes down to the public notices that you have to publish prior to public hearings and a few other types of things, and then also the minutes from all of your council meetings. And this has been an effort. I mean, I've been at the league since 2008. I think pretty much every year since I've been here, we've been trying to get some modernization done to create some efficiencies. But I think for a lot of clerks also, it's about the timing, the system for, I think, it's definitely preaching to the choir here, but public notice system, especially with newspaper deadlines and the turnaround, is become quite antiquated, and just the timing of it all beyond the cost has long been an issue. So this is not a cure-all. It doesn't change things as much as we'd like. So I would say it's a step in the right direction, but it's still not nearly what we want to get to eventually, which is largely a system where we can post our notices online, period. That's really what we're after. And of course, there's some details in there that would have to be worked out. But generally speaking, that is the ultimate goal, is to get to an online system, because that is for a few reasons. I'll just say this: it's where most of our citizens are probably getting their news. You can criticize, like I do, social media, and whether that's really good for our society when it comes to news in general, let alone what's going on with our local governments. But as much as critical as I can be, that is where people are at. And so I feel like that we need to get to a system where we're posting our minutes and our public notices online in some fashion. So again, that's kind of the ultimate goal. So in the meantime, this is, again, it's a step in the right direction. So here's what happened. And really most of this focus from last year's legislature was on the newspapers itself, not necessarily a new system entirely. But I think they heard the complaints from us and others in local government about just kind of how newspapers handle all these things. And they put some more, I think, more of the onus on newspapers to get their jobs done. So a few things to cover here real quickly. I think because I think a lot of you have probably seen this stuff so far, but just again, if you have any questions on what this looks like, shout them out. But if a newspaper now, if they have a website, they now must take your public notices and post those onto their website for free of charge. So you still have to do your public notices. You still have to publish them in a newspaper. None of that has changed. And that old line in the sand still exists, meaning that cities over 200 in population, you have to publish your public notices as required by state code. Cities under 200 population, you can post your notices and your minutes in 3 public places around town. There's also still that carve out for ordinances, because the state code says you must publish your ordinances after they've been adopted, or a summary of your ordinance, which pretty much every city uses the summary rather than the full text of an ordinance, because a lot of ordinances are quite lengthy. And there's a little carve out for that where if you're a city that does not have a newspaper published in town, just with your ordinances, you can post those instead of publishing them in a newspaper. So there's all those little quirks in the law still exist. But what changed here again is that the newspapers now, if they have a website, they must publish those notices or post those notices to their website free of charge. They also now have to display a link to this statewide public notice site, which is actually not, I need to update this slide, because it has been now released or opened up. And it's basically through the Iowa Newspaper Association. They have kind of carved out, if you will, a page or a area on their website that newspapers now have to link to when anytime they receive a public notice. And so that's the first kind of big change that again is putting the onus on the newspapers to make these changes on their side of the equation. Another big one here before we get to the real meat of it is newspapers can no longer charge fees for proof of publication. Okay. Now there is a weird sort of difference in opinion. I don't know how to say this. There is still a need for affidavit of publication. This is primarily going to come when you're doing bond issuances, perhaps a few other things. And so it does not pertain to that. This is probably a cleanup thing that we're going to want from the legislature to have no charges for proofs of publications or affidavits when you have to get something notarized. Again, this is a little bit of a different thing. Don't freak out if you're not getting affidavits of publication. Most of the time, a proof of publication is just fine, but newspapers can no longer charge for those. Okay, so that's a nice benefit or a nice improvement for us in city government. All right, now the next thing that is probably most relevant to you all, because this has probably been in addition to just the whole like scheduling and how long it can take to get a public notice published. The other big pain point was always that in the past, if a newspaper screwed up and they forgot to publish your notice or they just botched the job in some fashion, what was the answer to cities, especially when it was something related to your city budgeting process? And Ted at the Iowa Department of Management would always tell you, tough luck, you've got to start over. And so that was always again, a pain point for a lot of cities out there because you did your job correctly, but in some fashion, the newspaper did not do its job. And there was no other recourse other than restarting the process, pushing back your public hearing, rescheduling that, doing another notice, and then it can push back whatever action you needed to have the council approve, hold that hearing, and then approve their action. It was really quite frustrating for a lot of cities. Well, now there's a workaround or an alternative under this new state code. So if a newspaper refuses to publish, and the state code says refuse to publish, but I would say also a failure to publish will count here. If that ever occurs, a city can then post a notice to its website, the county government website, and that new statewide website with the Iowa Newspaper Association. So in that scenario, we now have an alternative where you're not having to wait around, you're not having to reschedule that hearing and doing all that. You can quickly pivot to these 3 online postings and you've done your job. You're good to go. And you can stay on schedule and hold your hearing. So that's, again, a nice step in the right direction for sure. And I think it'll help cities out, especially during that budget season when things get really condensed and you got to hold those 2 hearings. And newspapers have those weird schedules and so on. Now, on that point, with these scheduling, newspapers, they can still demand or have a deadline that says something to the effect, I think you all know how this works, but if you want something published in the Tuesday edition, we must have it on the Thursday prior or something to that effect. That's probably being actually nice to cities. And I've heard of much longer schedules or deadlines with certain newspapers around the state. That being said, they've now been given much more of a burden, the newspapers, in terms of turning around with getting these notices published in a timely fashion. So the daily newspapers, they now have 72 hours within receipt of any notices that you send to them. They've got 72 hours. So they can't really do the whole it's going to take a week or 10 days to get this done. Nope. They've got 72 hours within receipt. And then weekly newspapers, that's a little wonky, but they've got 48 hours to publish within their next scheduled publication. And so that's going to be dependent upon all those weeklies on when they actually have a scheduled publication. So the main point here, though, is you still got to work with your newspapers. You still got to figure out these publication schedules and deadlines that they have to get things turned around properly. But again, this is a step in the right direction. where it's not as quite as antiquated, I would say, as it has been for many, many years. And there's one thing too I need to add. I should totally forgot to add this into the slide on minutes. They gave a little clarification to our benefit on minutes, where the state code previously, and this is section 372.13, subsection 6, where it used to say the city clerk shall cause the minutes to be published within 15 days of any council meeting. And now it just basically says it has to be sent to the newspaper within 15 days. It's not a big sea change, because the interpretation of that previous code was always, as long as you get it to newspaper within 15 days, you're good to go. This just clarifies if there's ever any kind of discrepancy or issue there, that as long as you have sent it within 15 days, you've done your job as a city. So if it takes the newspaper a week after that to publish your council meeting minutes, that's on them. You know, you've sent it within 15 days, you've satisfied the state code of Iowa. And so again, not a real big change there, but just something that's a point in our favor, if you will. Any questions there?
Nikki, this is Teresa. I was looking up, I made a note because, Ted had told me that website is iowapublicnotice.com.
Okay.
And, I actually have been on there trying to figure it out. I don't know how you find anything on that website, but apparently that's the one we're supposed to use, so.
Okay.
There's one that has all of it, like the archives, and then there's the new one.
Okay, yeah, the one Ted had told me, and I wrote down just in case, people wonder, they said the newspapers must do this now, is called, he had told me it was iowapublicnotice.com, so.
Okay.
That's what he said yesterday.
Yeah.
He said it was searchable, but.
Yeah, and I, have you tried it? I
No, I
can't
haven't.
figure it out, so anyway,
Yeah.
Nikki,
Yeah.
I don't think you said what it was, but I just wanted to share that.
No, that's good to know. I think it's hosted by the Newspaper Association, but it's like an offshoot. I went to the site after one, I think our first budget workshop, or second one maybe, is when they finally had it opened, and Ted shared that, and I believe he went to their site and found it, but it didn't look great to me as far
Yeah.
as
Yeah,
like
I've been
online.
sitting there trying to figure it out. We're gonna have to ask him, to help us figure out how to use it. So,
Yeah.
anyway,
That'll be another training.
but I
Yeah.
thought, I find it interesting that they're gonna have to do this. I think that will help us a lot if they really do it, so.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, again, the main thing to think about here is obviously make the adjustments as needed to what this looks like today. But this is a start. There's definitely a push to go even farther, to keep modernizing this system, to help improve efficiencies and timing on all this, hopefully reduce some expense as well. That's the goal we've had for a long time. So we're not done yet. We do want to keep working on this, but again, step in the right direction. We appreciate the legislature understanding that we need to modernize things, and we're happy, kind of happy. All right, we'll keep moving along here. This is another one's generated a lot of discussion, and it almost slipped past our radar because there was you probably saw this in the news. There was a big state reorganization bill that reduced state agencies, reduced some structures, the committees, and all this different stuff is all kind of state government related stuff. And most of it had very little to do with city governments. But within that, they tucked in this little thing that changed the open meetings laws in relation to electronic meetings. And I think it's fair to assume that the reason the legislature did this was actually related to all those state committees, many of which have members that are from around the state. And when they meet, they're asking people to come in from different parts of the state if they're going to meet in person. So I think the intention was good in the sense that let's give more, make it easier to host electronic meetings. So they did that. If you remember in the past, section 21.8, it's been around forever. You could use electronic meetings for a very long time. And the old requirement, though, was that you could only do so when meeting in person was impossible or impractical. And in most cases for city governments, it was usually just one council member that would join remotely because they're out of town for work or on vacation. And in some cases, it was because we need you to join remotely or electronically because we need a third person for our quorum on a 5-member council. And so cities a lot of times would do that, and a lot of times it would be just a conference call. As technology improved, maybe it was Zoom or Teams, something like that. But again, it was typically just one person rather than a full council holding an electronic meeting, aside from COVID. Of course, during COVID, a lot of cities had to do fully electronic meetings. And again, Section 21.8 has been around for a long time. But this law change, it was in one way good, in another way bad. The good part is it removes that impossible or impractical requirement. And so it does meet, I think, today's modernization of how people meet, not just in local government, of course, or state government for that matter, but in every walk of life. We're all using more electronic meetings via Zoom or Teams or whatever, the tech people are using. And so that's an improvement. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, we don't have a question.
Oh, okay. So I thought I heard something. Sorry. And so in that sense, it was a good thing. It kind of makes things a little more flexible at the local level. Now here's the downside. I think some of us, if you're at Iowa Point, we talk a lot about this. And it's basically there's a mandate though. If any member of a governmental body requests the use of electronic meeting, you must allow for that now. Okay. So obviously in city government, city councils are the main governmental body that we're all aware of, but this would also pertain to any city appointed boards and commissions. Almost all of them are going to be considered a governmental body under the open meetings law. So that would include your library boards, your park and rec boards, you name it, airport commissions, planning and zoning commissions, board of adjustment, and on and on and on. So any one of those governmental bodies, if just one of the members says, I want to join or participate electronically, you must set it up for that. Okay. This is a mandate. It's not a permissive type situation like it was in the past, where if somebody requests, like a council member said, what about joining remotely? It was kind of up to the mayor and the council to say whether that was going to be done or not. This says, no, there is no option or choice. It must be provided. So it does kind of freak out some folks. A lot of cities don't use electronic meetings at all. And so this is kind of a change for them, potentially a change for them, depending on whether these kind of requests come in from your council members or board and commission members. Now, on the other side to this, though, is don't freak out, because the state code does not define electronic. And what I've told a lot of cities is, look, it doesn't mean you have to today sign up for a Teams account or a Zoom account for the city and use that for an electronic meeting. It can be something as simple as a cell phone on the table on speaker mode. The biggest thing is the people on both sides of the call or the electronic meeting have to be able to hear each other properly and effectively. And so as long as you test it out, again, if it's just a cell phone on the table on speaker mode, as long as everybody in the room can hear that council member that's joining them remotely, you're good to go. And vice versa, they can hear the discussion that's occurring in the in-person meeting. Does everybody understand that? Okay. So again, don't freak out, but I think word will spread if it hasn't already. I would say my bigger concern is actually all those boards and commissions that cities have, because a lot of times the city clerk doesn't necessarily staff those every time. And they might not have a staff member that's aware of all this stuff. And again, all it takes is like one library board member to say, I want to join remotely. And then you've got to comply. And so there's going to be some training done and sharing of this information to those folks. If it's a library board, maybe the library director is the one who typically staffs it. They're going to need to be ready to set up. Again, it can just be a conference call on speaker mode, whatever. And so I don't want people to freak out, but they got to be ready for it. That's the biggest takeaway here. Then the other thing too, to just file away that related to all this electronic meeting stuff, is that I could easily see as more and more local governments are using electronic meetings because their members are requesting it, that you're going to start to see a bigger push from the public that then, hey, if there's an electronic meeting being used by this park board or by this county board of supervisors, what about me? Okay. I could easily see that coming to roost here and making another change that says if you use an electronic meeting in any fashion, then you've got to provide the same opportunity to the public. And that would be a bigger change. Not that cities want to put up a barrier at all to the public participating in their meetings. It just adds an administrative or management issue, if you will, that doesn't already exist. And the folks that have hybrid meetings, like coming out of COVID, a handful of cities out there have continued to have a hybrid option or hybrid format where the in-person meetings going back to normal meetings, they've done that, but the certain amount of the public have become accustomed to having that virtual option. And so there's some cities that do a hybrid option where I have the in-person meeting, an electronic meeting as a kind of a service to the public. Sounds great, right? Those cities would tell you, though, it's like having to run 2 meetings at once, and that you really need a second staff person to handle that electronic meeting, whether it's Teams or Zoom or whatever, because if you use tech at all, I think we all know this, there's going to be troubleshooting that has to occur. You know, someone doesn't mute their mic, someone's having connection issues, all that fun stuff. And so it's almost like having 2 meetings. So again, it's not that we're trying to find ways to not include the public, but it does add potentially some management and some expense if this does become something where you have to provide a public option if you have an electronic meeting. Not there yet, but I just, I see how this stuff goes, and I can easily see that becoming a new requirement under the open meetings law. All right, any questions here? Okay, we'll keep on moving. Another one, it was kind of a cleanup act that doesn't really affect us, but I do just want to put it out there because it gives us a little assurance that what we've been doing for a long time is doing it the right way, which is basically, I think you all know that public officials must be bonded at the local level, which for most cities is basically 2 people. It's the mayor and the city clerk. Larger cities, it might be some others. It probably is some others that you have to include, because the old rule is, so the state code says the mayor must be bonded, and then it basically says anyone who has the ability to disperse public funds. So again, city clerks in most of our smaller communities, but in larger cities, it might include a city manager, it might include a finance officer or a treasurer, something like that. And so it kind of pertains to each city out there on just how many people, how many city officials you have that are bonded. And so always be checking that. And what most cities do in this regard is to get what is called a blanket bond. Again, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this. So it kind of goes through your liability provider. What the state code change was basically emphasizing or re-emphasizing the fact that you can use liability insurance to be bonded. Which again, most cities already were doing that, so it's not a big change at all. But there were some issues with bonding companies, and it's actually in some other states. It wasn't really Iowa, but they were just trying to kind of clean up some stuff in the insurance industry. And so like it's not a big deal to us, but it just kind of emphasizes the way we've been doing it is lawful. Yeah. A couple others, and just so you know, we are wrapping up with property taxes because I know that's always the biggest deal. But a couple other things just to be aware of. Again, nothing I would call like major changes for most of our cities, but be aware of it. One was the removal of the gender balance requirement. Was never really a strict requirement when this law was adopted, like I think 12 years ago or so. So it was never a strict requirement that you had gender balance on your appointed boards and commissions, but you did have to make a good faith effort to achieve balance in whatever direction you needed when it came to your library boards and park boards and planning and zoning and so on. Well, that requirement to make a good faith effort is now removed. And so you can have whatever gender balance you like on any of your boards and commissions. And you don't have to make that good faith effort to achieve balance. I've been asked by numerous cities since this law was adopted or stricken, can we still try? It's like, yeah, absolutely. You can always try locally if gender is a part of your equation, or other demographics in your community. I think most cities, most councils that make these appointments have always tried to have boards that represent the community when it comes to gender and ethnicity, age, whatever, kind of demographics you want to look at. I will also say this, most cities struggle to get anybody to volunteer to serve on their boards and commissions, and they will take whoever says yes. And so I totally understand if you're in one of those situations where we just frankly need a warm body to fill out the planning and zoning commission. Okay, fine, go for it. I totally get it. And so that, again, it's just a kind of a cleanup there in terms of you don't have to make that good faith effort anymore. Another one here, we got a couple of preemptions here to cover. One is residential facade. This was your classic bill in terms of classic in the current era of preemption. I think there was one city in the state of Iowa that had a code, or maybe two cities. It was very few cities have a more stringent code when it comes to this residential facade. It was basically a couple of cities had a higher standard of what was allowed for home builders when it came to things on the residential facade, the standards that were required on this cladding and finishing materials. Well, there was a home builder that's a senator. He's actually a former council member, funny enough, who really didn't like that and tried for a couple of years to push through this bill, and finally was successful last year. That basically says you can't have any higher standards when it comes to these residential facade type codes. Can't have anything more stringent than the state building code. So for most cities out there, this is no change at all. For a few, 2 or 3 cities are probably going to have to lower their standards, so to speak, to meet this new state law. And then another one that was from a similar group of folks, kind of a preemption bill related to topsoil and sort of requirements that comes when you're doing development work. And this one did affect a lot more cities. This has been something in the development community that's been a big issue for many years as cities. And frankly, I've actually worked for a city where we dealt with this directly because there was a subdivision that was, I hate to say it, but it was poorly constructed and there was erosion, terrible erosion, and several neighbors at the bottom of the hill got flooded because topsoil was not dealt with properly. And that's a really bad deal, of course, for those folks that got down at the bottom of that hill. Well, this is not as much as I think what this legislator wanted, but they did not, again, kind of like that when they do a subdivision, that there's some of these stringent requirements related to topsoil and erosion control and those types of things. And so it knocked it down a little bit, basically saying it can't be more restrictive than what is found in the NPDES system. And so definitely talk to your engineer on these things. You can still do some control on this, and you can be more stringent than what is covered in the NPDES. But if you do that, if you are more stringent, then the city has to pay for it. And so that is something that you really have to look at locally when you're looking at these kinds of developments. It's mainly related to residential subdivisions, but it could be other types of developments as well. So again, my biggest takeaway here is talk to your engineer about what this could look like locally. Any questions on any of those preemptions? Okay. Another one that is I guess a preemption in a way, is basically pulling back on automated traffic enforcement. Anyone that's been around, you know that ATEs have been on the minds of certain legislators for a number of years now, including one former mayor who is no longer in the state Senate, lost his race here recently. He was kind of the leader of pulling these down, funny enough, as a former mayor. I think he got a few ATE tickets over the years and didn't like that. So But there were a few others, and so there's been an effort by a group to get rid of these, and I think that's the ultimate goal that some of these legislators have is to fully ban automated traffic enforcement in the state of Iowa. Well, they didn't pull that off, but they did severely restrict it by a few different ways. First, cities have to get now a permit through the DOT to operate an ATE. So you probably saw this in the news here recently because all the existing cities and existing ATEs had to go to the DOT to basically get permission to continue to have that. And the DOT initially rejected like 90% of the applications, like a lot rejections. Now there was an appeal process, and I haven't heard the fallout from that just yet. I think there's some hope that the rejections will be reduced by a little bit. But the DOT is obviously taking a very restrictive stance on this with these permit applications. And so, yes, go ahead.
Mickey, you'll have to watch, Webster City suing the state.
Oh, okay. I had heard some whispers about that.
Yes,
That might give us a big a result one way or another that tells us how viable ATEs are for the cities that have these in place. So yeah, that's great. I mean, we'll see. Maybe it's not great. We'll find out. Now, all that being said, I think we had 25 cities in Iowa out of 939 that had an ATE when this law was adopted last year. Some of those cities are not going to have an ATE now because of their permit was rejected. We'll see about that. So it wasn't a popular tool that cities were using to begin with, but for the cities that did have it, this is a big deal. It's something where the argument has long been for cities that for a couple things. It's public safety related. I always point to Cedar Rapids, that S curve that goes through Cedar Rapids on I-380, I should say. Back in the day, I mean, I traveled that a bunch growing up in Eastern Iowa. That thing was treacherous as all get out in the wintertime, especially people zipping through their accidents galore. City put in ATEs and the public safety increased dramatically. The amount of crashes dropped dramatically, made it much safer to travel through Cedar Rapids on the interstate there. And of course, the argument has long been this is just a cash cow for cities. And so they did put in some restrictions on how much you can charge. And so there's been a good, healthy fight and public debate over this, whether you love them or hate them or don't really care about them. It's been an interesting public policy debate. The other thing too that cities that have them would tell you is this also reduces the amount of city police officers we have to have out there doing patrol and doing the speed patrol in particular. We can now reallocate those officers to do other types of community policing that frankly is more valuable to our public than just, doing speed control. And so again, it's a bit of a disappointment in terms of I think for the larger cities in particular that can reallocate those officers to doing community policing. This is going to be tough for them to figure out what to do. The other big thing is they put a moratorium on any new ATEs through calendar year 2025. My guess is they'll come back. This was kind of a shot across the bow. Then they'll come back and try to do a full ban after a certain time. They'll roll cities off, so to speak, like they usually do when they want to reduce things before they eventually eliminate them. They'll probably give the idea, I'm guessing, would be something like, let's give 3 years and by 2028 or 29 or 30 or something like that, they'll just fully ban them or something like that. We'll see. But I know again that there's definitely some folks in the Capitol that want to just fully ban these. And so I doubt they're done with it. So again, we'll see. All right. The last thing here is property taxes. And so if you've been to the budget workshops, as you know, this is always the biggest part of city budgeting is property taxes. You also know that we have been through a series of changes, really stemming back to 2013 is when the first year in my time at the League of Cities where we had this major overhauls. So 2013 was a big one, a landmark year. And then I would say beginning in 2021 or 2020, somewhere in there, there's just been every year, there's been more and more and more stuff, all of it bad, all in different ways, some of it more impactful than others. 2023 is probably the next year. There's another big omnibus or major change. 2024, they came back and did some more stuff. It's been a lot. It's been a lot to absorb. Some of it's been little, some of it's been huge. All of it adds up in a way that's not good for local governments. That's the whole premise behind this stuff, is trying to reduce the tax burden, take away some local control. And I know pretty much all of our members are very upset about it. Big cities, small towns, urban, rural, you name it. It's been as most in my time at the League of Cities, especially 2023, House File 718, that is easily the most concern and just talk about it from the membership related to legislation that I've experienced. And rightfully so. These are just dramatic shifts in what's going on in local budgets. So just to cover 2024, it wasn't nearly as dramatic as what happened in 2023, but there was some kind of, like, I would say, some improvements, mainly on the property tax notification statements that Ted at the Department of Management manages. This was a good shift, because the first iteration of those truth and taxation statements were really bad. It's just the information included on those were actually misinformation for the public on those statements. I think you all probably, if you were around previous to this, and this statement was created, it was like, this is actually misinforming the public. And so there was some, I think, improvements made there. And most of our members were fully in support of these notifications. More information to the public is never a bad idea, and cities fully support the idea. It was just the execution that really, I think a lot of our members had a problem with it, because again, the stuff that was included on that previous statement last year was almost misinforming the public. So then improvements were made. You still have to submit them to the Department of Management. March 5th is the new deadline for that. And so it actually moves up the budget approval schedule, I would say, a little bit more. I know the change from 2023, one of the big changes was pushing back the deadline to submit everything to Ted and the Department of Management by April 30th. So it sounded at first like, oh, okay, we got more time. But when you inject these new requirements with this statement, and you still have to do the 2 public hearings, it actually condenses the schedule, funny enough. And not so funny, because I know that actually adds a lot of pressure locally to get all this done properly and on time. And so March 5th is an earlier date, but I do think it'll actually make the whole system, the whole process work better going forward. And so it's an improvement in that sense, but it does, again, it's going to push up your shot clock and your schedule when you're working with your councils in these coming months, because we're in budget season now, no doubt about it. And so you're going to have to really get your council to come together and be in agreement so you can meet these deadlines. The other big thing that happened is it changed those categories under this new consolidated general fund levy that's now in place. This is the first year. So going back to 2023 in House File 718, I think we all remember these new categories that were put in place. If you grow by certain percentages, that your combined general fund levy is going to be ratcheted down correspondingly. So the first iteration of this, it was 3 categories. Anything less than 3%, your CGFL is not affected. 3 to 6%, you had to reduce your revenues by 1%, the growth of that revenue by 1%, and then over 6, it was 2%. Well, now they inserted a different category there of 2.75 up to 4. That's now 1% reduction, and then it's 4 to 6 is 2% reduction, and then over 6 is a 3% reduction. And then below 2.75% growth of your non-TIF taxable valuations, or less than 2.75, there's no change. So there's now 4 categories instead of 3, but the whole idea, the whole system is still in place. Basically meaning if you grow by a certain amount, over 2.75, you're going to be in one of those tiers, tier 2, 3, or 4. and you're gonna have your general fund levy reduced by whatever, category, whatever tier you are in, your city is in. So this is, again, your first year that this system's now in effect. And it's a 4-year system where we'll have these CGFL and this ratcheting down in effect until FY 29, when it's just a hard 8-10 cap on your general fund levy. No matter where you began, no matter what kind of growth you experience over these next few fiscal years, once we get to FY 29, 8-10 is the cap on your general fund levy, period. That's it. Any questions there before we talk more about property taxes? Everybody's got it down, Pat. So I will quickly share, we've been talking about this at the budget workshops, and I would say there was some rhetoric out there that this is really meant to curtail the growth in the growing cities, the larger cities, but it does affect a lot more cities than I think most realized. In this first year, there were 620 cities that had a ratcheting down of their CGFL. And then there was 200, I think 90 cities, something like that, that were below that, the lowest category. And so they did not have an impact, something like that. So it's a lot. It's a lot of cities are out there are having their revenues reduced in some fashion because of this new system. And again, the feedback from members is this is even worse than we had projected. And this is year one. So we'll see how this continues to impact your general fund revenues going forward. But it's definitely a huge concern across our membership. While we're on it, I'm going to talk about next year here in a second on our priorities. But while we're on property taxes, I do want to add that we've already seen, you've probably seen the news as well, but we've already seen key legislators talk about wanting to do more, that they're not done yet. There's been different ideas already floated. I think Pat Grassley, the Speaker in the House, has said he wants to put a hard cap in place of different kind of percentages, but a hard cap, maybe 3%, something like that on how much revenue growth you can have, period. Nothing to do with growth, decline, valuations, whatever. You can't grow your revenues by more than 3%. And Islands for Tax Relief has put out something for a 2% cap. There's been some other scuttlebutt about this, that, and the other thing. Senator Dawson has talked about a few different things. I know I don't want people to freak out. I almost hesitate to even bring this up, but we do need to talk about it. But Senator Dawson has also talked about local option sales taxes being converted from a local option sales tax and then making it a state sales tax. And then it'd be a state shared revenue that the state would send back out to locals that kind of keep you whole on the local option side of things. That one would be a ground shaker for city governments, because once it becomes a state shared revenue, I think anyone who's been around a long time understands that state shared revenues they're not shared very long. They almost always disappear. And if that occurred, we would be talking a nightmare scenario for city governments. So again, I don't want to freak you out getting to the end of the hour here. So I do want you though to think about, be aware that they're not done yet. They've made that very clear. I don't know what it looks like. Chelsea and our whole team will be very closely studying these potential proposals and working with our legislative policy committee here at the league, our executive board. We are working diligently with building coalitions across the local government spectrum, as well as with the business community, the folks that work with cities, to try to help everyone understand that these impacts are very concerning for everyone that serves in local government, and be able to fund the services that your citizens demand every day. Because that's the other part to all this. All this talk, all these property tax changes only focus on revenues. You all know this. It's always a focus on revenues. There's never consideration for expenditures, and the fact that, services actually cost money. Shockingly, I know. But when you pave a road, when you treat the water, when you respond to 911 calls, when you maintain your parks and you operate a library and all these things that your citizens demand of you to make your town a good place to live, they cost money. Crazy, I know, but that we never talk about expenditures. We really got to drive home the value of city services. And this is why we have to charge property taxes. These really important things in life cost money. And for city governments, the most classic and most reliable way of getting revenue is through property taxes. And so again, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but just be aware that this conversation is hardly done yet. Any questions there? Okay, one last thing here, and we'll wrap it up. And that is looking at 2025. So I talk about property taxes. I always kind of keep that in its own little bubble. Not so little, but there's other things always that we're looking to do. And I think our board is really wanting us to, of course, we know property taxes are going to be the biggest thing we need to work on and fight over. But we also need to take a proactive approach. And so we're not just always, as a league, saying no, that we need to be partners with our legislators, hopefully, and work with them on some things that would be more proactive and it could be framed as more positive. And so that's that continued modernization of publications. There's a bunch of different ideas. Again, I'd underscore just the general idea of being, we want to get things done with online notices that'll help everybody. So that would be a positive step in terms of just matching where our citizens are at, also potentially reducing expense for cities, which can kind of marry up with property tax changes. Okay, if you're going to do that, then give us a little flexibility or a little more freedom that we can do online publications and reduce some expense. It's not a game changer. It won't solve your budget issues, but any little bit helps. And so that's definitely a priority of the league going into 2025. Sidewalk liability. I can't raise of hands because I'm not in their room with you guys, but I hope all of you have heard about this change that came out of a court case. The Iowa Supreme Court ruled on sidewalk liability not in our favor. And it's kind of a strange case, and I want to quickly summarize it for you so you know what I'm talking about. There was an issue related to the liability of a sidewalk. There's some damages or injury or whatever it was. And for many, many years, the interpretation of section 364.12 of the Iowa Code was that there's a little provision in that section that says cities can adopt an ordinance that says the abutting property owners are responsible for the maintenance and care of the right-of-way, basically the area between the outside of the sidewalk to the outside of the sidewalk, right? Trying to put my hands on the screen. So that's the street and the road, obviously. But then that area between the street and the sidewalk, the right-of-way, or the parking, some people call it, you can transfer that responsibility over to the abutting property owner. In most cases, that's just a little strip of grass that property owner has to mow and maintain. But also can include the sidewalks, and this is where things get really important. Because most every city out there I've ever worked with has such an ordinance. It says the abutting property owner shall maintain the right-of-way, blah, 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 included clearing the snow and ice and maintaining the sidewalk. Okay, this court case does not remove your ability to have that type of ordinance in place. So the ordinance itself is still good. And the responsibility of the property owner is still good. You can still force that on them just like you always have. So they still have to mow that grass, and they still have to clear the snow and ice from any sidewalks that abuts their property. What the Supreme Court said, though, is that you cannot transfer liability for the sidewalk to the abutting property owner. And this is a big deal in the sense that if you have a sidewalk, a pad that is in disrepair, and then somebody trips and falls, or something bad happens and there's injuries or damages, you cannot say that the abutting property owner is liable because of that. It's now on the city. It's back on the city, so to speak. And so what we're after here is just a tweak to that section of the code to say that when you create these ordinances and you transfer responsibility to care for that area of the right-of-way, you also are transferring liability, meaning if a homeowner or property owner, doesn't have to be a home, a property owner, a budding property owner, does not maintain that sidewalk, including repairing sidewalks in disrepair, that the liability is on them. Okay. In the meantime, if you're a city that has sidewalks and you really want to make sure that you're not liable for sidewalks that are in disrepair, you're going to have to get a lot better about notifying those abutting property owners, and you have to be better about observing sidewalks that are in bad shape if you want to transfer liability. Okay. That's the big fallout until if and when we can get this state code to put the liability back on the property owners. Everybody understand that?
Well, I have a question, Mickey.
Yeah, go
This
ahead.
is Teresa. So if they're keeping let's say there's ice on the sidewalk and somebody slips and falls and breaks their leg. Is
Yeah.
that on the property owner or is that on the
Yes.
city?
That is still on the property. Okay, so any
But if
negligence
they-
on their part, go ahead, sorry.
But then if they have a raised panel and the
Yeah.
person trips and breaks their leg, that's on the city.
That's correct. Yep, that's the best way of looking at it right now. Now, that being said, if you're able to, I say if you're able to, because not every city has the time and resources to send out a staff member and walk your sidewalks all across town. Maybe if you have a retired council member, give them as a job. But if you're able to go out and observe that raised panel or cracked sidewalk, whatever it is, and then you send a notice to the abutting property owner saying you are hereby notified that you have a sidewalk that's in disrepair. It needs to be repaired by X day, 30 days, something like that, or 60 days. That notice will give you coverage. It may not be as good as it is previous to this law change, but it should be enough to put the liability back on the property owner because you've given them notice. This is your responsibility. You have X amount of days to get this repaired or fixed. If you don't, you are liable for any damages that occur as a result of this sidewalk that's in disrepair. Does that make sense? So it's not great because, again, I don't know how many cities out there, big or small, have the time and resources to go out and find all these sidewalk panels that could be in bad shape. But that's the only way to really, until this law is changed, that's the only way to really put the liability back on the abutting property owner. So it's a bigger deal than most probably realize, but it also is totally dependent upon each city. Because I know there's plenty of smaller towns that don't have sidewalks at all, or just very few to go find, maybe in a downtown area, something like that. But then we have a lot of other cities that do, and they've got sidewalks all over the place. And as you can imagine, especially in the older neighborhoods, those sidewalks are not in great shape. They're raised up, they're cracked, whatever. And so this is a big deal to them. Looks like we got a chat here. Should I go ahead and take that, Marla?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a city has a requirement if a homeowner is selling a property, an inspection of the sidewalk needs to be performed. If it's not in compliance, do they need to fix that? Does that work? I would still send a notice. I'm sure your attorney would say to you that you still have to send that notice just to be very diligent about this. And I don't want to, I need to double check this. There was also a law that was adopted. Oh, they do get a notice, Jan. Okay, in that case, you're fine. You're totally fine. That notice should serve as a notice for this is on you. This is on you to get done. One thing that double check with your attorney on this, there was a law adopted a few years ago that basically is another preemption. We're living through an era of preemption. That basically said cities cannot have any codes or policies that they what they call it. It's like time of sale restrictions. Basically saying the city can't hold up a property sale or transaction because there's some kind of outstanding code compliance issue. It was mainly related to outstanding utility bills, but it might be more encompassing. I'm trying to remember that law or that legislation. That would, again, kind of prevent a sale from happening because some property is out of code or out of compliance with a code. So I'm not sure if your thing actually prevents the sale, but this is more of just a requirement that an inspection has to occur. But you might want to just double check with your attorney on that one. All right, one last thing here, and that's the recruitment and retention of public safety employees. This is largely related to police, but it's actually kind of morphed into fire and EMS now. Um, we're just having a heck of a time recruiting and retaining public safety folks of all types. I think you all know this. There's a lot of different reasons for it. I would say that one of the biggest fallouts is it's kind of a odd deal in a sense. There was a Back the Blue bill a few years ago that a lot of cities supported and I think a lot of people supported, but there was probably some unintended consequences, like a lot of legislation. One of those being a little thing in the not so little thing in the bill was that county sheriff deputy salaries had to be like kind of market. It was the whole idea being they got to be paid at the market level, whatever that market level is. Well, that forced a lot of counties to increase the salaries and made those positions more attractive than a lot of city police positions. And so there's been a big exodus in some places of city police officers going to the county because of these salary. I mean, money talks, right? And so that is one element to this where it's hard, it's always been really difficult for smaller police departments to compete financially with salaries with larger police departments, city police departments, but now that's also involving county sheriff's departments. And so that's something I've heard constantly from our smaller cities that was like, we can't offer what the county offers. And so these guys and gals are leaving us and we can't find anybody else to come in and serve in our public safety departments, our police departments. So that's one part of it. I know there's more to it than that. So our board definitely has a goal to find ways to work with our state legislators to find ways to make us more competitive when it comes to salaries and recruit and retain good police officers and firefighters and EMS folks. So that's a big goal of ours. Hopefully, the message does not fall on deaf ears because this is a big need. All right, any questions? I went right up to the to 10:30 as usual, but we've got time for a little bit of
question. On that residential facade, am I saying that right? Facade. Would that limit a council from them to prohibit houses in a residential like subdivision?
Not specifically. Now any code you have related to home building would still have to follow this, whether that's a single family home, multifamily home, a house, any of those kind of unique things. They would still have to have your city code couldn't be more stringent when it came to the facade or the finishing materials because of this law change. Does that make sense?
So it is okay for them to say you can't have a steel building in a residential area?
Yeah. I mean, you could say that that's something where the city code just couldn't be more stringent when it comes to this provision. So you can still allow houses and all that.
No, I want to prohibit it, not
you want to
allow
prohibit it. Oh yeah, that doesn't prohibit it. No, you can. Yeah, you can just outright
Right.
prohibit that. Yep. It's weird. That's another weird one in development land where some communities have gotten really into that whole deal and others are like fully against it. I don't understand. This is where local stuff matters, right? We need local control because, it just depends on the community and what they will support or what they won't support, what they feel is like good for our town and what's bad for our town. And it's one of those interesting little nuggets within our world of city government that it's fun to observe, but it speaks to the need for local control. So yeah, it's that one was not affected.
Okay, then I have one more quick question.
Sure.
So if a city has a city website, are we supposed to be posting our public hearing and minutes on there?
You're not strictly required to by the state code in a general sense. If you remember from Ted's stuff at the city budgeting, you do have, if you have a city website or social media, you have to put those notices, those budget hearing notices on those places. And then you have to preserve them on your city website forever. But that's just for the budget stuff. Okay. There's no other general requirement to put your public notices online. Now, is it a best practice? Absolutely, you should. Including social media, but that's not a strict state code requirement to do so. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yep. Any others? Okay, well, I don't want to get into Teresa's time. She's far better and more important than what I have to share this morning. So I want to thank you all for your time.
Thanks,
And
Nikki.
yeah, thank Chelsea for getting on the call with us too. And so you have a name with a face. We wish her well. We're going to support her very strongly. She's got a work cut out for her, but we're excited to have her on the team, and we will work very hard for all of you representing you at the Capitol this session. So then, thanks
You're in
again.
a good place, Chelsea.
Thank you guys. It's great to meet you virtually. I look forward to working with you more.
Thank
All right,
you.
everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks,
Thanks,
guys.
you too, Nikki.
Thank you.
Okay, Teresa is next.
People need a little break. I had to run to the restroom. I didn't know if people need to
Yeah,
back
we
up.
can take a little 5-minute break. Do you want me to get your presentation up?
Yeah, we're gonna start with this, yeah, and then we're gonna be back, and we're gonna, I kind of feel like I'm jumping all over.
That's okay. All right.
I read yesterday, sure. My name.
Yeah, it's like the doors are there.
I'm sure you can sit up there with me or you're.
Yeah.
You have a lady? Is yours? No, I'm there.
I can tell. Are you all ready? You bet. Good afternoon, everybody. Hi, Teresa Rotschafer. When Marla asked me if I would talk to you folks, of course, I was excited to come over and see all of you again. I did, 2 or 3 sessions, I think, helping this group or another group. I get your initials confused with another one that's ECI something. But the agenda or the agenda said my what I was going to talk about would be the best practices and processes when you're the only one in the office with office hours and physically in the city office on your own. And then as an added bonus to this time frame, I was going to create the beginnings of a council orientation packet. And what do you want your council to know about their new role and how can they prepare to help efficient meetings? And then on top of that, I had her send out very late some questions in case some of you had some questions that we could be ready to talk about. And so for the next hour, this is very interactive, all right? And we're all going to talk, and as Cindy Kendall said, that group of clerks are fun, so you'll have fun doing this. So live up to Cindy Kendall's help here. So first thing we're gonna do a little skit, okay? And I have helpers with me. I have Marcy from Piasta is going to help me, and Marcy is going to be playing the clerk in our event here. And then Tricia was gonna help me, but she dumped it off to Tracy, right? Terry, I'm sorry. And Terry is from Worthington. And Terry is going to be playing citizen number 1. Okay? And then we have Megan from Wheatland, and Megan is going to be playing council member, the bank teller, and citizen number 2, and she's the phone. Okay? So, right?
No, I'm on the phone.
She's on the phone. She's gonna have to be ringing or something, making a little noise or something.
I'm the
So-
phone.
You're the phone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, gosh, sorry. Okay, I apologize. We obviously, yeah. She's just on the phone. Okay. As you could tell, we did not practice, but, and I told the girls, and again, my councilman would have just kicked me for calling you guys the girls. I used to call my staff out front the girls, and that was partially because I was kind of felt like their mom. And he would be like, your staff, not the girls. You know, and they liked it. They liked to be called another, so anyway, I apologize. Girls. But I appreciate them agreeing to help me. And what we're gonna talk about here, I'm gonna be the narrator, all right? And so each of us here have been in, everyone has been in the shoes of these roles before. Some of you are new to government, some of you are new to the position, and some are new to working for our bosses that pay our wages, which of course are the citizens, as they will gladly tell you. They pay their taxes, they're paying you. That person is the same person that turns out to be your customer, right? So let me set the scene a little bit, all right? You've been on the job for about 2 months. The prior clerk was there for only 2 weeks to train you before she took off to visit her brand new granddaughter. You have a set of keys. You can turn on the computer with the password that was given you, which I was just at a city, I'm sidetracking. I was just at a city where the clerk left to be a clerk in a bigger city, wouldn't leave the password. To the point that the city she left had to call in a tech person and spend a couple $100 to get into the computer so that she could use a laptop. That's terrible. Don't ever do that, guys. Even if you're mad, don't do it.
Oh, no,
That's horrible by her.
Yeah, it's just burning a bridge that, you know, what's the point, right? Anyway,
You're not the new person.
so you have a set of keys. You can turn on the computer with the password that was given to you. And you're preparing for the city council meeting that's coming up. The prior clerk helped you get the bills sent out. And since there were no instructions, you were taking notes like your life depended on it for the next time, right? It's 8:15 on Monday morning, and you're hoping for a quiet moment to finish preparing the bill list and the agenda. A citizen is currently standing at your counter.
This water bill cannot be right because I have never used that much water in my life. And I've been living in this community since long before you were born. Ring, ring.
Excuse me just a moment, I have to answer the phone. Hello, this is the city clerk. How may I help you?
Hello, clerk, this is council member number 1. Why don't I have the council packet for Wednesday's meeting? The old clerk should have told you, I like the agenda on Fridays before the meeting. And oh, I don't have a printer, so please print it out for me and deliver it to my home before noon today.
I'm sorry, no, I hadn't been told you wanted it early. I thought I had 24 hours before the meeting to post the agenda and get the packets out. I'll try to get it to you as soon as I can. Now, please excuse me, I have a customer waiting at the counter. Bye.
Now, what are you gonna do about my bill?
Do you have leaky toilet or faucet?
No, I don't have a leaky anything. Just get this fixed.
Well, with 15,000 gallons of water, I would think there must be something leaking. Have you tried to put a little food dye in the toilet to see if the tank leaks?
I told you, I don't have any leaks. You must have figured it wrong.
The prior city clerk and I worked on these bills together and we haven't had any changes, so the bills were calculated the same way she has done it.
Well, there's something wrong and I've never used that much water. I'm not even home 2 weeks last month, so my bill should be lower.
I'm sorry, I can have the water guy come and read your meter again to see if it is still running high.
And when will that be?
I'll make out a work order right now and he'll get to it as soon as he can, as soon as he's done picking up the garbage.
When will that be? Does he have to come into my house? I have bridge club at church this afternoon.
No, he doesn't need to come into your house, and I'm not sure when he'll be able to read the meter. I'll call you after he gives me the new reading.
Well, you better fix this. I'm not gonna pay this bill. It's way too high.
So citizen number 1 leaves with the city clerk, writes up the work order. She takes a sip of coffee and the phone rings again. This time it's the bank.
Ring, ring.
Hi, I'm calling from the bank. I'm assuming full bank back didn't balance with what the deposit slip said. What should I do?
I'll call the pool manager and see if she can figure out why it doesn't balance. I'll have her get back to you.
Well, I have to do something before we close my drawer at 2:30 today.
I'll let her know. Goodbye.
The clerk is now looking for the name and the phone number of the pool manager. She knows it's on the bulletin board somewhere. There is so much stuff on the bulletin board. The clerk swears she's going to organize it so she can find stuff. Oh, there's the number. So the clerk calls, but of course, there's no answer, so she leaves a message.
Hi, this is the city clerk, and the bank just called me because last night's deposit didn't balance the pool. Please find out what happened and get it fixed before 2:30 today.
Ring, ring.
Hello, this is the city clerk. How may I help you?
Hey, there's a donkey running on the road by my house. I don't want that in my yard. I just planted all my flowers. Also, while I have you on the phone, my neighbor's dog has been in my yard and I don't want dog poop in my yard either. I don't have a dog.
Okay. Well, first of all, sorry for the typo.
No, the funny thing about the donkey, there's currently a missing calf between Wheatland and Bennett.
Really?
Yeah,
And so everyone's looking for the
so
cat.
everybody's looking for calf.
So how many of you have had a day like that? Right?
All day, every day.
All day, every day. And what I was telling them when I typed all that up, I was getting stressed out. I was just getting stressed out typing it up because I hated having someone stand there and the phone ring. And, okay, first of all, the bank lady, figure it out yourself. What do you normally do? You just send me the thing that says this is what we put in the bank. You know, I have never heard of a bank person saying, you gotta figure it out. Right? So I thought that was a little weird, but
I
anyway.
had one of those phone calls.
Do you have one of those from the bank?
Yep.
You know, how do you know they didn't do something with it? And so we ended up doing, and I don't know if you've got, we have the sealed bags. I mean, each deposit, each slip in a bag, but the number, so that, like if there's change or something, because I'm like, you lost 20 cents, or, I mean, it was just, oh, it just irritated the shit.
I seriously just go get the 20 cents out of my car and I'm like, here.
Yeah, very frustrating. Anyway, you know, how do you be the clerk? Let's see, how I wanna do this. The arrows. Put the arrows out.
On the keyboard.
Okay. So obviously, as a clerk, we have to have wonderful communication skills. And we have to be able to explain about the water bill and why the water bill is so high, and we have to, be able to explain peacefully, calmly. You know, I think it was very unfair of a new council person to call you up and say, you know, I need this in 2 hours, whatever, didn't they tell you? Hopefully that person is gonna understand, but, you know, one of the first things I would suggest a new clerk do, of course, and I've always suggested this, a couple things a new clerk should do, is, have some sort of, I don't know if you want to call it a goal setting session or something, but some sort of goal setting or planning session with your council, so you know what their priorities are. That as you're starting to be a clerk, what it is they really want you to get done. What it is they want as the priorities for your community. And, you know, if their priorities are, they don't really care, just get it done, you know. I guess you need to know that. One poor city last year that I helped, the clerk walked out of the office, locked the office, took all the keys and all the stuff to the computer. And so the mayor called me and they too had to get someone to get into their computer. And it ended up, she said, just do a budget for us. And I said, well, what do you want? You know, well, just like last year's. And so, you know, I looked at the budget and I'm like, okay, well, you have 2 debt payments. And she's like, well, what are those for? I have no idea, you know, so I had to kind of talk her through that. Otherwise, she goes, just get me a budget. And that's what they lived on. Now, I also had a city that hadn't got a budget done. I never had worked in a city that had no property taxes coming in because they didn't get one done the year before.
Okay.
And so, as a clerk, you communication, okay? How many of you are able to communicate pretty easily with your council? How many of you struggle? You know, if you struggle, you know, Mickey's pretty good at helping with some council budgeting or council planning or, well, what we'll call planning, strategically helping councils maybe adopt things better. I would suggest, and one of the questions in here, and we're talking about the orientation, is I really suggest as you're building your budget for 25, 26, we have a city election next year, right? So you're putting in money for election, put in money for council people to attend the Municipal Leadership Academy. It's really helpful for them as council people to know what the budgets are going to be, or how to budget, how they're supposed to act, kind of, you know. I don't know if you guys have ever went to those with your council.
How do you get council members to go?
Yeah.
Because you can lead them to water, but you can't make them drink and, you know.
You can record it and play it at your budget meetings when you tell them that, hey, we're gonna be here till like 9 o'clock tonight.
Is that what you did?
Yep. Employer relations, I was like, hey, by the way, we have to do this.
How did you get yours to go last year, Brendan?
I think it was mainly because you had it local. You had brought that one over and it was at the fire station, which they're firemen and they thought that was like a kumbaya moment. It really did help. And then that was, I was telling her earlier that the one that she brought out last year, it wasn't one of the leadership. It wasn't the municipal leadership thing. It was the one that you came out and actually just went through the budget 101. And it was just a very,
Was that for the other EC, whatever letters?
Yes, that was like.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. It was just,
Yeah, it was
Okay.
and it was just on that, and that's how I got them to go, because it was local fire station, and I think that was, again, that was like the big, and it was food. But like Marla
Well, so
said,
maybe you could do another one this year, something, and I could come over or whatever, but,
Usually it's the food.
well, the
food.
food. And
But
then-
that's,
Well, I did have, when we had a municipal leadership academy in Iowa City, and that was hugely attended. Now we had it at a brewery. Council people were drinking beer.
Yeah.
And, what is that? I don't know, Peachtree Brewery, whatever, Big Grove, something brewery. And And I met a lot of council people and heard about a lot of issues they thought they had. And anyway, I think it's good if there's a way to get them to attend. I do know that they have put out, just also as you budget stuff, the league's dues are going up 3%. FYI, that's way off the subject.
Do you
But
think
it's like $20.
So we just did like in July, with Pat Callahan, a city council training because one of our communities like desperately needed it. And I said, well, we can pay for it if we open it up to our region. So we had it in the small community and there was a lot in the fire station and we had food and there was a lot of people that attended. It was like in the bowels of Jackson County.
Yeah.
So like we could do that in each county. Do you think that would be helpful?
So,
Do you think your council members would come if it was closer, like the budget one?
well, so first I wanted to ask Teresa, because it goes to your question, Marla.
Okay.
How long is that Leadership Academy? I always thought that it was like a 3-part
It is
deal.
3 parts.
Okay, so for them to, and it's at night or during the day?
It's usually from like 4 to 8
Okay.
or Saturday morning, yeah.
And so if you would have something that they wouldn't have to take off work for, I think they may be for it.
Sure.
And as long as it was local, yes, I can see them participating then. The mayor has been trying to get the council to participate, but they don't.
And does he want them to participate to learn about the budget or something else?
He took the Leadership Academy the first year he started, and, he would like them to do that.
Do the whole thing?
But I think that for Marla to have something locally, just a one-time deal, they would be more open to it. That's my opinion.
I was gonna say that Leadership Academy, the first one, they do it for election years, and the first one is just basically an overview, of these are your duties, and these are, and then you bring the budget in a little bit, and then it becomes more defined as you go down the road.
Okay.
So maybe the first one?
The first one was, I found really helpful, I actually got my full mayor and council to go one year, and I don't know, we should have gotten an award, because it never happened again, but they actually got a lot out of it, but, since that time, they felt like, and I still, a lot of the same people are still on council, so like, well, I went once, I don't need to go anymore. I don't think that there's that feeling among them that they need to keep going to trainings, they go once and they know everything. That's kind of a struggle too, and they feel like going to the first one, they learned everything they need, so.
Yeah.
I've taken Teresa's classes like 5 times over the last 2 years, and I learned something new every time.
I said, one of the things I said the other day in one of the budget sessions that Ted was teaching, because the Iowa City budget workshop tomorrow, just so none of you are disappointed, I'm Ted tomorrow. So I know a lot of people like to see Ted. Now realize if you pay for the budget workshop and you come and attend, whatever, even afterwards, the Zoom one that we're doing, virtually one, Ted will be doing that, and you're welcome to get that recording and listen to Ted too. But I have his actual presentation and I have his notes. I just don't have his jokes. I'll try to do my best, but I'm not sure where I was going with that point. What did you say?
That you learned something new.
Oh, that's what it was. At one session, one of the new clerks said, "How long does it take you to get it?" I'm a new clerk. I've been here almost 2 years, and my council thinks I should know everything. And she goes, for the first year, all I've dealt with is the theft. So she came into a city where the clerk had stolen a bunch of money. And so for her first year, she's dealing with all of this. And she says, so I was dealing with all that, and now I'm actually just trying to deal with the real stuff. And they ask me something, and if I don't know the answer right away, they think I'm an idiot. When am I gonna know it all?
You never do.
And Ted goes, well, maybe around 5 years or so, and a lot of them are shaking their head. And I said, I came to these budget workshops every year, and I said, I did it for 44 years, and something was new every time, and Ted says, oh my God, you've been doing this longer than I've been alive. And I said, Thank you, Ted. So glad to share that with everyone. Anyway,
We won't tell, we promise.
yeah, but seriously, back when you had IBM selected typewriters to do the budget, that's how long I've been doing it. So I have been through a lot of changes, but if the legislature just does something called up. Anyway, so part of this is, I mean, how many of you are still nervous at your job? Yeah, still a little uneasy, right? What can we do to help you get over that nervousness? How overcoming this nervousness? Now they're showing yoga. I couldn't do that pose if my life depended on it. You all have to pick me up. Overcoming that nervousness, you know, obviously it's just the longer that you do it, the better you are. However, as I just said, I got anxious just typing this, just writing this, you know, I have so many stories and I could write so many books about the unbelievable people in the world.
Yeah.
And citizens, and the man who brought in the jar full of
Pennies.
sewer.
Oh.
Or it was a shoebox.
Oh,
And he ran the A&W.
I hope they were dead.
Yeah, they were dead. But he
Okay.
ran the A&W
That's
and
a
he put
little
them on
better.
my desk. This is back, we're talking 1977, you know, I mean, the people were just always obnoxious. I'm here to tell you, always obnoxious. And how you let it go and how you figure out how to not be so stressful. We were talking about the stress we have. I have stress doing this as a retirement job. However, this is what I want to do because I have been a local government finance geek my whole life. So am I still nervous? Yeah, I want to help these people get their AFRs done on time and their street finance reports done on time. And I get frustrated when I don't understand Banyan and so I get all of that, guys. I get all of that. The only thing you can do is look at your neighbors here because people don't understand, there's no one else in your town that understands what you're doing. You know that. So even when you vent to someone else that's your friend or whatever, they don't really know. So you look at these friends and that's who you vent to. That's who you call. You call your equal in another city and, sometimes they have a wonderful idea on what you could do. To
And
get
I
past
think
that.
it's important too, not to put so much pressure on yourself. You can only do so much, you can do the best you can do. And that's especially, one person.
Office.
You're doing awesome. And you're gonna make mistakes and they're not gonna throw you in jail. That, when I figured out they weren't gonna throw me in jail.
As long as that's stealing money, then I'm not throwing you in jail.
That's one of the best things Ted ever told me that I've always listened to is that there's almost never a mistake that can't be fixed.
That's true.
So.
I'm not gonna take away your birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. Then I gotta take away your
I
birthday.
had to start over on both of them.
What's that?
My first two budgets, I had to totally start over. So the first one, the paper didn't publish it. And I had to totally start over. And the second one, I started crying because it was my fault. I put something in wrong. And, I had to totally start over on both of them.
As long as you have your property taxes, so you get your money, everything else can
Can be fixed.
Can be fixed.
Right.
But it's making sure you're getting your money.
And get the right property tax number and
Yep,
those first 2 pages of your budget and
yep.
we'll talk about that a lot tomorrow too. I experienced the first year we had to do that max levy notice, and the Des Moines Register published mine like this size. And my car wouldn't start that morning and someone came to jump me, and so I drove it straight up to the CarX place to get a new battery, and I was sitting in there waiting for the new battery, and I get a text message from Ted. Teresa, Mike Albers and I are not gonna accept your publication for, and of course it was the last day. So then all my dates would be wrong anyway. It was an absolute disaster and it wasn't my fault. Well, they've kind of changed it now. So if it isn't my fault and I could prove it, that I'd be okay. They hadn't had it that way before, and I had to republish and redo meetings, and I was beyond livid. Both with the paper and with Ted and with the county, because I didn't frickin' do it wrong. And they said to me, you should get approved to review it. I frickin' did, here it is. You know, I had done everything right, but because the paper messed up, they totally messed up all my meetings, all my notices, all my whatever. And so it happens to, you know, it does happen to everybody. So, you know, not that that makes you feel any better, but it really does. Here was, something that Cindy Kendall passed on to me. To remember about, I don't know how to get that stuff out of there. What do you need to stop doing? So despite my championing of self-care and trying to concentrate on my own well-being as much as I can, I'm sometimes my own worst enemies. How many of us can agree to that? Absolutely, right? I have a terrible time saying no. I have to learn how to say no. And that's definitely the case at the moment, right? So today I'm reinstating my stop doing list, right? I have a lot at the moment with work projects and studying for my university exams that are on today, but skipping exercise or foregoing self-care routines to squeeze more work and study in will do absolutely nothing for either my self-care or being ready for the exams. But sometimes I do it anyway. And reminding me that self-care and well-being activities are just a balance against the negative pressures in our lives. Self-care alone can only do much if we don't address the causes. And for me at the moment, the fact a few things on my to-do list should be waiting a few days to get done when my exams are over wasn't something I was able to implement. And I realized that the wish, I think that's what wish list. What? The what? While some negative pressure. I realize that while some negative pressure I can't control, there's a whole heap of things I do to myself that impact me negatively. So today I'm working on my stop doing list so that I remove some of those self-imposed negative factors in my life. That will allow me to be positive again and not just damage repair. You know, I can almost read that every day. In fact, since this is a small group, well, I probably will leave this room if I tell you this, but I mean, I truly am overdoing the hours I'm supposed to be doing for the league. I'm totally overworking hours that I said I would do in my retirement. My kids are reminding me that almost every day. In fact, today I was supposed to be babysitting my grandkids, I'm told. And I said, oh, I didn't have that on my calendar. So my ex-husband was in Boone watching the grandkids. So I guess I'm saying we're all human and we're all put way too much pressure on ourselves. And I think because we're in the jobs we do, that's kind of our personality. You know, I was the city manager. Well, I worked in Webster City for 25 years before I went to the city of Johnston. And in those 25 years, I was HR budget. Well, I started out as the AP clerk and then ended up being city finance HR director for several years and then assistant city manager for several years, acting city manager a couple times. And then the last 9 years I was there, I was a city manager in Webster City. And when I saw the job for the finance director of the city of Johnston, all I could think of was, oh my God, so I can work on the stuff I love and we'll be back to having a right from wrong answer. Because when you're a city manager, which you guys as city clerks, city administrators most of the time, you know that you're answering questions that it could be this or that. You have a lot of gray. I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but after 9 years of it and after 9 years of dealing with directly with elected idiots, I was like, oh my gosh, I would love to get back to a job where I just am doing the work and I know it's right or it's wrong. And it just worked out that I got the job in Johnston, and I commuted for 6 years from Webster City to Johnston, which is 60 miles one way or another, one way. Lots of books on tape. But, and then was in Johnston 19 years. So, I just knew at that point, I guess I reinstated that stop list and thought, I can't do this the rest of my life. I can't be the person that tries, because I always tried to make everybody happy, and you can't do that. And you guys as city clerks are probably trying to make the poor woman happy with their water bill. That's what I hated. Our clerk in Johnston who handles utility accounts has been there 27 years. How do you for 27 years tell people I'm shutting your water off? Listen to them complain, listen to them, I mean, seriously. That is a long time to listen to people complain, and she doesn't want any different job. I'm like, really?
The clerk before me was 25 years.
Oh, I just can't imagine. And it's usually the same people. We had one guy that would watch, because we had the minimum, and he'd watch his bill, his water meter, shut off all his water so he never would go over. And if we didn't pull the meter at the right time, then we might have given him over, whatever. But anyway, just know that you're not alone, and anytime you need someone to vent to, just say, Teresa, I need to vent, and I'll listen to you. If I have any words of advice, I'll give them to you. If you just want to vent, say, I just want to vent, I don't need any advice. That's perfect, I'll listen. Anytime you need that. Some of the questions I received, when I sent that questionnaire out late, I asked about council meetings, closed sessions, skip readings, and then what is important to note in that discussion. So in closed meetings, closed session meetings, don't you normally just put in there, who is in attendance? I mean, why you went into closed session, whatever the code of the section was, who is in attendance, what the subject was you discussed, or do you actually take copious minutes? I didn't think so. Do you record them? We recorded them. Yes.
On a separate.
Yeah, separate spot, and then you keep them, and then hopefully there's no litigation or whatever over them. And then I don't think you have to write everything down.
So when you record it, you can just, because that's what I've done in the past, we record it and I put it on a flash drive, but then I also type it pretty verbatim, or I've converted into have it converted and type it up, fix it, stick the paper and the flash drive in a sealed envelope and stick it in the drawer.
I don't think she has to do that, does she?
You're working way too hard. Just put it in there, seal it, date it.
But I can put here's who was in attendance, put that in there, here's the subject, here's pursuant to Iowa code, blah, 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 and then stick that in the flash drive.
Perfect.
And then after a year, you can get rid of it.
Yeah,
After a certain period of time, you destroy
there's
it.
no
You
litigation.
do destroy it after a year, you're supposed to, right?
Unless.
Yes, you're supposed to destroy, but I think there's different timelines depending on what it is, isn't it? Is it
I don't
always
know.
with the year?
I don't know.
I have it looked up in the. There's your record retention, it's in the record retention manual.
And I
believe it's on the website.
I kind of thought it was you were supposed to destroy it.
I don't think so.
I could check the league website for the retention.
Yeah.
Because it's on there, and I think it might be different for different ones.
I'll look while we listen to the next speaker, whatever. And then as far as skipping readings, I think it's kind of a council preference on what the issue is. Skipping the second reading and passing and adopting in the third reading that night. personally wouldn't recommend, like if it's a rate change or something like that, I try to do the 3 readings. If it's something silly, like we could just notice that you don't have in the code the stop sign at this corner and it should have been in the code, pass them. 1, 2, 3, be done, get it off, don't have to deal with it every time. I don't think that's a problem at all. Was that the question? Doing that? Skipping.
No, my question was just like the closed meeting thing, and I was like, well, wait, but I type it up.
And this question I thought was interesting because this is my unofficial Teresa answer. So how do you tell the difference between just needing a motion versus preparing a resolution? And in all honesty, I always did a resolution if I knew that I would want to look for it later, because they're easier to find than motions. If it's just something simple that, oh, I will never look for that again. Motion to approve, consider approving, so it'd be a motion, so consider approving purchase order 9233 for such and such truck, that's a motion, consider, and we don't do a resolution for those. But anything that I think we're gonna look back for, I always did a resolution. Does anyone else have a better answer to that question?
No, but I have a question on like resolutions. Does anyone do roll calls after resolutions or ordinances? Is it like, do you have to do roll calls after any of them, or is it just, you just do a motion and that's it?
Oh, no, you do roll call.
Roll call, always after both of them, resolution and ordinances?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if they're on a consent, if it's on a consent agenda, you do roll call for the consent agenda for all, and they might be there. But we never, I don't know about the rest of you, we never had ordinances on consent. Those are always non-consent items. But we might have had a resolution on consent.
Okay.
But we did roll call.
Honestly, I do a motion and a second and then all in favor, aye, because we do like roll call at the very beginning of our meeting.
There's certain items that they want you to do name calls.
Yeah, because they're doing the vote, so.
Yeah.
So if we've had resolutions where the mayor does, he stands all in favor, I had opposed nay, and I said, are you gonna do a roll? And he said, no, and I just tell him, I said, I will record this as a roll, all in favor. So I get it in minutes that way, and I let them know that it is being recorded that way, because it has been all open to the same, and my auditor.
Do you remember which ones they are specifically? We'd have to look up. There's specific ones that you really do need to do a roll call on.
I would say ordinances you have to, resolutions, I've always treated them like ordinances and I've done them.
I thought you had.
Going in and out of closed sessions, you have to do it. I think that's it.
Okay.
And if there's ever a question when I don't know, then I'll back them up and say, hey, we need to do that because I need to record it.
Yeah, if you never don't know, just do it, like,
Yeah.
never.
And for the most part, resolutions are kind of more like a policy thing and they're much easier for the council to change. Where I consider an ordinance a law, a rule, they cover heavier weight, right? Okay. I think Nikki touched on the publication thing and the changes. The 10 and 20 thing, I love the calendar or the calculation thing that Ted gives us in the budget thing. I use that all the time, so I make sure I have the right dates. So I just would encourage you to do that as well. There was a question here about utility billing. Do landlords need to be notified if a tenant has to have like a door tag? So, couple things. There is a letter or a rule or something that if a landlord tells you as the city, I'm not gonna be responsible for this property, they have to tell you that within 10 days, I think, of someone moving into a property.
It's 30.
30, okay. You don't have to suggest it to them. They have to know about it, right?
Right.
Then you would put that on file and then I don't think you notify them of anything ever, right? Some landlords remain on an account with a customer. If they're on the account and the customer is getting a tag, then I think the landlord gets that notice too. They don't get a tag, but I don't know. What do you normally do? Do you give the landlord a notice?
No? Well, it's a little tricky. We have that ordinance and so basically if the landlord were to come in and give us the letter, that 30-day letter, that's when we're going to then say, okay, then we're going to require a deposit. And typically that deposit is pretty hefty when they're already paying a deposit to the landlord for rent and all that. But it hasn't happened yet. We've not received the 30-day letter yet. But when we have one we have one specific landlord that won't put it in the tenant's name because his meters are inside of the units. And so we had him that way, and we were constantly having to meet them to be let in, to shut off. And so we changed the ordinance back to say, nope, meters have to be accessible or we're not going to bill the tenant. Well, he refuses to pay until his tenant pays him. So if he doesn't pay, we post the door on the apartment and then the tenant calls and says, but I paid him. Take it up with him, he didn't pay us and he's the one that has to pay us. So we don't send him a notification. I mean, he gets the late notices because the account is in his name, but we still post the door. Cause he got the original bill, he got the 10-day, you have 10 days to pay it, and
The landlord.
yeah, the landlord gets all that. And then, but we post the door, so then the tenant comes home and says, oh, we're gonna shut me off, and then we say, well, you need to call your landlord. And by the way, we charge you a $25 fee to post your door, he should probably pay that too if you've already paid him your money and he didn't pay us.
He's still not paying it. He's still not paying it until they call.
No, yeah, he doesn't pay until he pays. And then we posted 3 in the same building this month and all 3 of them called and said, I paid him. We're like, well, take it up with him, man. Take up the $25 fee that you just got added. Because he has to pay it. It's not their responsibility, but. When it comes to the other ones that we have, we just post the door, that it's they're the ones responsible. Essentially, it would go back to the landlord if they still didn't pay. But we just post the door and deal with the tenant, unless it were to get further delinquent, but usually it doesn't. Usually as soon as we post the door, they pay.
So if you had to shut him off, would you tell the landowner that, or the homeowner that you just shut that property off?
Actually, we haven't actually had to shut anybody off in an apartment yet, but yeah, we would probably contact them and say, hey, just so you know, we're shutting water off in this unit. We would shoot them, we probably would just email them.
I would too.
I actually have a landlord that has requested anytime the tenants, gets delinquent or come to post that I should just call them, make sure I call them. Like, that's really not a service that we do.
You can send them both the 10-day letter.
So I sent them both the delinquent notice and I said, if you need to know what your tenant's balance is, you need to make that, you need to contact me. And I will tell you, but I'm not gonna do this service every month.
You're not a babysitter, right?
And then with utilities board, we have an electric on top of it, it's just a little bit different. But they did recommend that, because for a while I didn't know if I could give that tenant's information to the landlord. Because there was this, this thing that you can't give them that information. So on my application for utilities, I did change it up to say that if you are a tenant, be aware that your landlord may, and we will provide to him any information on your account should it become delinquent or anything, unless you notify us or something differently or something. So I've kind of covered that way. And without that, utilities board was like, yeah, you should probably not give them that info.
Okay.
We have a landlord too that has some meters aren't accessible. And but he didn't want it in his name, and we told him that the only way that we put it in the tenant's name is if we had a key to get in and access.
We don't want a key.
Well, we don't either. Luckily, it's one that we weren't nice to.
Our public works and our police department do not want to enter a building, and in fact, they have, and they found somebody deceased in the building, in the apartment. So we're like, nope, we're
We did
not.
a well check on them because they weren't paying their.
And it wasn't
work there.
Yeah, it wasn't normal that this person didn't pay, and then we posted the door, still nothing, and then did a welfare check because there were no footprints coming in or out. And so we're like, no, we don't want to have to access it. We make the apartment manager come out and meet us, and then that's just way more work for us because then they're late or we can't get a hold of them. We have to arrange a time, and it's just a pain, and we're like, we're not dealing with it anymore.
You should have put that in my skit. We only have a couple minutes, like 2 minutes left. So I appreciate everybody's questions, but one of the last things they talked, and I love the interaction and that, and I know this wasn't a very structured workshop, but that's what it was supposed to be like. I do have the orientation packet that the city of Marion uses when they have a new councilman. It's quite thick and full of information. I'm gonna give it to Marla so she can share with all of you guys. Most of the other ones said they just try to send them to MLA. I was trying to get the one from Johnston from back when I knew we had one. I don't think they did one, when the new city administrator came. If I get that, I just too will give that to Marla. So she'll send those to share with you. But one of the last questions is, could you just share with everyone in the group what your office hours are? So I'll just start with you, if you don't mind.
So I'm clerk for Delmer, Charlotte, and Andrew, and I do not have any office hours.
So what does that mean? You do not have it?
So I work out of the Delmer office, but I have no set hours.
Okay.
So it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, you can go up at like 3 o'clock in the morning if you can't
Yeah,
sleep.
yeah.
So the public does never come in to see you or anything?
They can contact me via email or phone. I'm available 24/7 that way.
Okay.
It's like the DHS.
Helen?
Oh, I'm kind of different.
You are different. But we love you anyway.
Teresa for like 30 years, so, you know, it's okay that we're different. I think we're all, I'm sorry, I'm gonna give you a little bit, so Jackson County Economic Alliance, I'm the director, our hours are 8 to 4, but I'm not city hall, city clerk, but I did what you did for 26 years, so, again, like Teresa said, I'm close to, you wanna call, you want whatever, Teresa, Cheryl, just different questions, whatever it is, you know, hey, what did you do about this? Or what does this number mean or whatever? And I am truly as geeky as Teresa is when it comes to numbers.
We would compete with spreadsheets.
Yes. We were like, what do you think about this? What do you think
Nerd
about
alert.
that?
That's right.
Yeah, Martha probably knows all that because she asked me to explain something and I did this massive thing and she's like, oh my gosh, you did blow my mind. She said, I asked for 4th grade level. I'm pretty sure this is not 4th grade level. Anyway, that again, I truly appreciate all that you do. I understand what you do, been there, done that. I never had rats on my desk. So she has now officially beat me, I think, in our competition of horror stories. But anyway, I get what you do. I'm there for you as well. Jackson County Economic Alliance supports Jackson County, but really, we're all in this together, so there's no boundaries. Anyway, that's what I do. Thank you.
Bellevue, we are 8 to 4:30, Monday through Friday. We do not close during lunch.
Are you there alone?
No, there's 3 of us.
Oh, good.
Tracy and I from customer to person office, we're there 8 to 4, Monday through Friday, no lunch.
At Farley, we are Monday through Thursday, 7:30 to 4:30, and then on Fridays, 8 to noon, and we don't close for lunch.
I am there 9 to 5, and Fridays I'm supposed to be 10 to 2, but usually it's 10 to 5.
We are 7:30 to 4:30, Monday through Thursday, Friday 8 to noon. We don't close for lunch unless we all want to go to lunch. We put a note in the door. Like occasionally we're working lunch, but yeah, we don't close for lunch either.
I do 2 cities, so I'm at 8 to noon at one, and then usually takes me 10 minutes to get to the other one. And then I'm usually there till at least 4, sometimes 5, sometimes 6, because it's a little bit bigger. So whenever I get done what I need to get done, which that's how the positions are kind of posted as long as I get done what needs to be done. You know, I can.
What were the 2 cities again?
Luxembourg and Indiana.
Oh, awesome.
Mhm.
I'm with Durango. We don't have any office hours.
City of Lisbon's open 8 AM to 4:30 PM, Monday through Friday. We don't close over lunch. City administrator, myself, and utility clerk. But council meeting days, I work 11 to whenever the council meeting's over with. But I come in later because I can.
City of Wheatland, and I am in the office Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 8:30 to 3. And then I also do Dixon, but there's no office hours there. And it's just.
I'm with Earlville and my office hours are 8 to 4, no lunch, and then obviously council meeting days is just as long as you can do there. And that's the office hours, most often it's more hours than that.
Awesome. Well, I think, thank everybody. I think there wasn't only but 4 or 5 slides that I had here. Here's some just final tips and takeaway, you know, hang in there, use your calendars. make notes to yourself when you need to get stuff done. You know, you obviously can read this as well. Marla has this, so she can share this as well.
And
Yeah,
lunch is here and.
okay.
Teresa, I have one question. I had,
Sure.
of course, that, kind of what initiated a, only person in the office question or discussion part was safety when you're the only person. And how do you best address that? I know you need to have, all the things, but, I guess the question was, how do you make, how do you work with your council, let them understand that there is
Should be a
kind of
priority.
a feeling of insecurity sometimes, and what's the best way to deal with it?
That's a great question.
I have a safe word for my council members. If I call any one of them and I wanna say we banana. If I'm like, hey, I'm gonna have a banana for lunch, they know to call the sheriff deputy.
You wouldn't have to do a restraining order or anything.
Hold on. Have you?
Yeah.
From a citizen? Oh, that'd
You
be
got
criminal.
arrested, and I was like, can we just do this little restraining order, nothing big, just a little, so he doesn't bother me, and then he got arrested, and so that didn't make me.
I know that Dallas Center had a problem with the citizen. But their office she had more than one person in there.
Yeah, we did too.
Huh?
We had a 5-year restraining order on the
Yeah.
citizen too, threatened to blow up City Hall.
I don't know what it would cost. But we always had payment plans that went directly to the sheriff's office or police department. Huh? Well,
And I
vetoed on it.
so they were like, that kind of stuff.
Oh, I don't care.
It really doesn't, like, you can get an app on your phone.
Well, and that's what, so since then, and this is a discussion, they did, a couple of things I did learn was, this guy was on the phone that expressed. And what I learned was you make sure you put it on speaker and record it on your phone, so you got it, things like that. But I think those things are just things that I didn't know before that, and now I do know, maybe sometimes.
Our police chief made us put a fire extinguisher next to our desk, because it can be used as a weapon, because it's easily as a fire extinguisher. So,
That's a good idea.
And he's like,
Yeah.
Say what?
You know, we're not gonna-
That's passive work. And then you gotta be posted.
Oh, did you hear that?
For the city of Miles, they actually have the door locked and then you have, she can buzz them in.
Well, and I got that for at my office, but these threats were more for not when you're at the office.
Oh.
So,
I know that our police chief always, we had an employee that was that way, and our police chief always would stay at every council meeting, he'd walk to the mayor to her car every time. So that's very scary, and I think the price is, it doesn't matter what the price is, and you just order it.
Yeah.
Just order it.
Yep, I had that meeting in a couple of my meetings, because we knew they were gonna get that.
Yeah.
The sheriff would press on charges. There has to be charges.
Teresa, thank you. I feel like we should talk. How about we get our lunch, it's here, and then Dylan is going to show, like a 7-minute video on a brownfield project that we did, so.
Perfect.
Yeah, I would say I don't care.
oh, it was minor too, I like that.
But, some of the priority projects that we'll focus on are reusing existing infrastructure. So if there's something, a site that we can still reuse the building, that's gonna have priority, creating preserving green space. So if, for example, we can get rid of a building, that was kind of a blight on the area and make it like a nice green space that could be used by the community, that'll make it a priority. And obviously, if you have like community support, that's going to help out a lot. If you are a city, nonprofit, for-profit entity, you're all eligible. There are certain stipulations with that. And if you have any questions on the program itself, I'm happy to provide you with that information. Otherwise, on our website, eca.org/brownfields, we have pretty much anything you could ever look for on there. We've got previous sites that we've done. We have information about what a brownfield is, the programs that are available, and then pretty much all the steps on how the program works. I've also included Danielson's contact information on the business card, and you can reach out to her anytime for any questions you have. If you have a property in mind that you think, hey, this might be a good fit, definitely reach out to her. She's very knowledgeable about the program. She's very good at following up. So if there's any properties in mind in town that you think might be a good fit for the program, feel free to reach out to her. But I'm gonna show you a quick little video that Impact 7G, one of the people we work with for the programs, put together. And it's over the in the city of Hopkinton and former brownfield site that they redeveloped into a medical facility.
Brownfields are properties where the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse may be complicated by the presence or potential presence of a hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant. Redeveloping a brownfield site has a multitude of benefits, including creating new jobs, increasing the local tax base, reducing blight, and mitigating threats to human health and the environment.
Sarah from the city applied for the brownfield assessment program to obtain a phase 1 asbestos inspection. And we were able to provide those services for her utilizing an environmental consultant to prepare both reports.
The biggest thing was if there were underground storage tanks, because obviously we could do the testing right away for asbestos and all of that, but we had to do some further testing to make sure there were no underground storage tanks. We were told by the owner that they had been removed, but it was previous to any documentation. So we had to do some further testing, realized that the tanks had indeed been removed, but there were some soil samples taken and there were some concerns. So we had to do a few more like levels of testing to make sure everything was okay before it proceeded, and we got the green light. So that space has been family owned for decades. Originally was built and used as a gas station and then an appliance store. And over the past probably 30 years, an LP gas service. Used as their office and their home base. They did sell their business, and so it became just kind of a storage space, and in the last few years, was just kind of sat empty. And we had a small group meet of some local citizens, including the owner of the building. And he stated that he would be willing to donate that space for a clinic. And so that was kind of the route. It was a good space just due to parking, location, downtown. So it was like, okay, what can we do to make this happen?
The brownfield program that ECIA offers, we have two actually within the program. We have the assessment grant, which provides to both cities and nonprofits funding for environmental assessments such as a phase 1, phase 2 asbestos and lead-based paint inspections. And then also there's funding for site reuse planning activities as well. And then the other brownfield program that we offer is the RLF, which is the revolving loan fund, which actually helps to clean up any contamination that might be found on site.
At the end, it's really to become a win-win. This one in particular, I mean, we see the value of the clinic in town. We have an older population, so they can just get healthcare locally. And so, redevelop the space that was kind of becoming an eyesore, and we get a new clinic. Our other space, I mean, we really look at it to see individually, like, what can the space become, or who can we partner with, and go from there.
Having a new facility in Hopkinton is extremely important to the community. Hopkinton and Regional Family Health have had a long partnership. There's been primary care in Hopkinton for decades. We want to make sure that that stays a priority. It's important for people in small towns to have access to primary care. It may seem like a short distance to drive only 25 or 30 minutes, but that's hard for a lot of people, especially those that are working, that live here, that are handicapped. To have a new facility that's only a couple blocks or a couple miles from their house is very important for that. It also shows the commitment that we have to rural medicine. So having this is a big deal, not only to Regional Family Health, but also the town of Hopkinton.
So that's that, and keep in mind with the brownfields assessment programs, there's no cost share for that to identify the site and assess it. So if there's ever any properties that you are considering might be a brownfield, please feel free to reach out to Dawn and she'd be happy to help you out.
Does there have to be a building on the site?
Because what about in
Think so.
no.
I think it's
If it's like a blighted property or just something that like.
Well, it used to be,
Yeah.
it used to be an old hotel, like way back when. A hotel. And it was a brick building, it was falling in, so the owner that owned the property demolished it, and now it's just a green space. But I didn't know if that's something that, we could work at getting something new in there.
I don't
I
know.
would think so. I don't know 100% for sure because I'm not the program
I would
manager,
call John
but
Danielson.
see, I can't think of the property, but usually they probably do an environmental assessment of like the ground, make sure everything's good, and then go from there. But I would definitely reach out to her because that could be a potential project.
Right.
I had a similar question as if there's a building, but you want to turn it just into green space, not put something in the spot, okay.
Yep, so that was actually done in
Hopkins on like, oh, I don't know, sorry.
Clinton.
That was a different.
Center thing.
yep, Clinton right there, and then there's another site.
So they're gonna keep it.
Stanwood, they did that as well, to where there was a building that was kind of falling apart, and actually if you look in the back of that. On
Well,
the assessment side.
Stanwood is looking to, the fire department is looking to expand because it's the fire department, city office, and then the green space. However, money's always, a problem, so that's what they would like to do, but right now it's a green space.
Right. You can kind of see the old building, on the flip side of that, if you look at the, look familiar part of the Brownfields Coalition assessment side. Any other questions on the program?
Property owner has to be okay with protecting it though, right?
What's that?
Property owner has to be on board.
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely. And it helps to have community support for it as well. I got 1 minute to spare for the,
We are just, is this agenda too tight for people today, or is it good? It's good. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you. Completely fine, if anybody wants
Yes,
to take any more.
thank you for filling in for Don, you did awesome.
Thank you.
So Teresa, that meeting with G-Works on December 4th, that's only scheduled for 45 minutes.
I know, yeah.
That's not gonna,
That'll be a joke, right?
I don't think they're gonna let people voice their opinions.
That's probably why they scheduled it.
Bad for you that.
Okay, next up, and last but not the very least, we've got Jenna and Nathan. With Ahlers and Cooney. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Close enough. Ahlers and Cooney. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have a presentation to share? I think we've got you that you can share.
Yeah, we will get that pulled up
Sure,
here.
that's no problem. We're still finishing up lunch. So. And go back to the board, because there's one.
There's one over on the other side.
Can you see our PowerPoint?
We sure can, thank you.
Very good. My name's Nathan Overberg, and I'll be speaking at you first, and then Jenna, my colleague, will chime in if I get anything wrong, and take the lead in the second half of the presentation. Thank you all. Someone shout out or raise a hand if you have trouble hearing us, or we go silent or something. But what we're been asked to talk to you about is a presentation that we've given a number of times over the last few years. And so if you hear it for a second time, if you saw us at a League of Cities meeting or one of our other presentations, I apologize. Not a lot of new material, but I certainly will field questions for you folks if you have questions and have had experience trying to work through some of these issues. What we're talking about is providing public funds to private entities and how the cities, what steps they need to take to make sure that they're doing that in a way that doesn't raise any issues with the state auditor. So our first few slides in your slide deck are an overview of the firm, how you can find more information about us on the website, a nice little legal disclaimer about, hey, what we're telling you is a general overview. If you have specific questions, talk to your attorney. And then we get into kind of an overview of what we're going to be talking about today. The reason that this is important is because we've recently had some guidance from the Iowa auditor saying it with respect to cities, and the particular issue before the auditor at that point was cities providing money to nonprofits. And even though they're nonprofits or charities, that they're still a private entity, and you need to make sure that you're spending the public tax dollars in a way that's consistent with the law. And in particular, in this case, the law is Iowa Constitution, Article 3, Section 31. And we'll talk about more of that in detail, but the sum and substance is that the Constitution tells us that we can only use public dollars for a public purpose. And so what we'll talk about today is what are some of those public purposes? How can a city demonstrate that their use of the public dollars when they give it or hand it over to a private entity is being used for a public purpose? And what are some of the ways that you can contract in a way to make sure that you're protecting the city from challenge if they're providing public dollars to a private entity? Any question about kind of where we're going today?
I think so.
Okay. So the importance of a public purpose. As I mentioned in the overview, we start from the starting block of knowing that we have the Iowa Constitution, which kind of oversees all that we do. And in Article 3, Section 31, it tells us that a city, in providing public money to a private entity, they need to make sure that they're serving a public purpose. That's because the Constitution specifically says no public money or property shall be appropriated for local or private purpose. And so that's the hurdle that we need to try to overcome, is that we're not spending our tax dollars for a private purpose. It has been litigated, and so if you see some of these case sites, That's because we have a decision from an Iowa Court of Appeals or the Iowa Supreme Court interpreting that constitutional provision, which tells us that cities have been sued before when handing over public dollars to a private entity. And that's why a court would be analyzing what exactly does that constitutional provision mean? And what does a city need to do in order to establish that they're spending those dollars for a private purpose? In this decision, what we wanted to point out is that Section 31 is quote unquote emphatically prohibitive, and it operates on every city council in the state. So it's pretty clear that this rule is something that applies to your communities. I know we like to talk about home rule and how that generally gives us authority to do things, even if they're not specifically spelled out or giving us that power. We have to start to question how much home rule we still have, with as much as the state legislature is trying to tell us what we can and can't do. But the bottom line is that we do have guidance already that home rule does not alter Article 3, Section 31. In other words, that the constitutional prohibition controls, and you would have to establish that you have a public purpose for spending those dollars. So what sent Jenna and I on the speaking tour on this issue was that in November of 2021, we received an advisory from the state auditor's office that was described as a quote unquote best practices. And in particular, what they were trying to do in that best practices missive was to uphold and enforce Article 3, Section 31. And it was issued in response, as I mentioned, to questions around how public bodies were dispersing public funds to nonprofits. But we want to be clear in our presentation that it applies to all private entities and not just nonprofits. That was just kind of the hook that the state auditor had. People were asking questions: why is my city giving money to nonprofit X, Y, and Z? And so that's what allowed them to issue this best practice, but it covers any way you spend money to a private entity. What this best practices guidance tells us is that the state auditor is paying attention to this issue. And so we need to make sure we're mining our P's and Q's. It was helpful. It not only was a warning, but the auditor did provide us with recommended approaches for the cities to use in when they're spending public money and giving it to private entities to help overcome the constitutional hurdle. And we think if you follow those guidelines to the best of your ability, you're less likely to run afoul of any challenges either from your taxpayers or from the county auditor or the state auditor. So what's included in that best practices from the state auditor? They described in detail two particular items or ways or contracts that you could enter into to overcome the constitutional limitation. One discusses 15A, economic development agreements, and the other one were service contracts. And we'll talk about each of those in more detail as we go forward. But those were two examples that the auditor gave of ways to overcome the constitutional limitation. We'll talk about that there are others, but those two were the two that were covered by the guidance. So what is a public purpose, you may say? Well, there's some, as I mentioned, other Supreme Court language that is actually more favorable for us. Although some of the language says it's strictly prohibitive and you have to make sure you understand it applies to your communities. These little quotes tell us that there is some flexibility there. And the Supreme Court's not going to find the absence of a public purpose unless it is very clear that there just simply isn't one. So there is flexibility in finding what serves a public purpose, what challenges a city or their community are facing, and how spending those public funds help to overcome those challenges. Examples of public purposes as you're kind of going through a checklist and thinking about, okay, I'm going to be handing over some dollars to this private entity. What is our public purpose? This is not an exhaustive list, but you can think about, is our expenditure of these funds going to advance economic development? Which again, Jenna will talk about in some detail here in a minute. We have a specific code provision, Iowa Code Chapter 15A, which tells us that economic development is a public purpose. Does this have to do with providing safe and sanitary, affordable housing? Because that has been identified as a public purpose. Is the spending of this money eliminating blight? Those are some examples of public purposes.
I'll just, one quick addition is that these are some of the public purposes that can require a little bit more thought, but there are also plenty of public expenditures that very easily have a public purpose. So example, paying the utility bill so you have electricity and water at City Hall. Paying public staff, your city staff expenditures. All of those payments require public purpose, but those payments are very easy public purposes to identify.
Well said. Yep. And so if you identify a public purpose, that's step one. The next step is, well, how do we demonstrate that and document it? And what we would suggest you do is make sure that it is contained in your council's own finding, whether that's in a motion or a resolution. Spend a little bit of time and adding a sentence or two to that resolution, identifying what the public purpose is and why you're transferring these public dollars to a private entity. Or, as the guidance tells us, the best way is to have that public purpose spelled out in an agreement with the private entity that's approved by the council. A couple of things that aren't in your slides, but I wanted to make sure that I mentioned as well, is kind of how much detail you go into with respect to finding the public purpose in the resolution or the motion. I think you can kind of weigh the factors about how much money are we talking about. What's the likelihood of controversy in providing the dollars to the particular private entity? How frequently are you doing it? Is it a one-off situation and a small amount of money? Maybe the risk is lower. You still need to get over that hurdle. So you should still have some level of finding about what the public purpose is. Maybe it is less incumbent upon you to be super detailed with respect to that. As far as identifying the public purpose, you don't have to do it alone. If an entity is coming to you, let's say, for example, it's the private booster club for the high school, which, although related to the school, is a private entity, and they're asking for a donation, whether it's to prom or a sporting event, etc. That would be an example of one where it may take a little bit of time to figure out what the public purpose is for spending those tax dollars on it. Perhaps you put in your application for those folks who come looking for that type of contribution, a question or two about what is your public purpose? How are you going to use these dollars? How are those dollars going to further the purposes that the city needs to advance? So you can put those obligations on the person asking for money. And then we'll talk about this in more detail as we wrap up. Have them come back to you and tell you how they spent the money, what purpose was served. Maybe it was the Little League who came to you and said they need some money, or maybe it's not just money. It could be some services, etc., to help have a Little League tournament. Maybe you have them come back and say, we had 15 teams show up to the tournament. It included at least 400 people from out of town. They were here for 2 days. it had an economic impact, they were visiting your downtown businesses, etc. So you can shift that burden a little bit to the folks who are asking for money, both in the application process and then maybe follow-up reporting requirements. So the next little section, I'll take a break and let Jenna talk to you about the specific example of economic development agreements.
Yeah, so Iowa Code Chapter 15A is that source of authority for finding a public purpose of economic development, or it's one of the main sources, I should say, for finding a public purpose of economic development. And so we see agreements often entered into under Chapter 15A legal authority. These might be called development agreements, they might be called grant agreements. But regardless of the name, the underlying premise is the same. So Iowa Code Chapter 15A provides this statutory authority to get over that constitutional hurdle, because Chapter 15A specifically tells us that economic development is a public purpose. So the same way as paying city staff their salaries is a public purpose being served, we know that economic development is a public purpose. So the city may spend money, public tax dollar money, on economic development. And the form of using those public tax dollars could be in the form of grants or loans. You can have incentive payments or other financial assistance that you're providing. Specifically, if you're talking about Chapter 15A, economic development is defined as involving the creation of new jobs and income, or the retention of existing jobs and income that would otherwise be lost. So if you're trying to make an argument that a certain public expenditure is supporting economic development and you're relying on Chapter 15A, you're going to peel back one layer further and say, how is this expenditure supporting the creation of new jobs and income? Or how is it preventing the loss of existing jobs and income in our community? Okay, now the code does provide for a few requirements before you can use Chapter 15A authority. So the city council needs to determine by resolution that a public purpose will be accomplished before providing an incentive payment. And there are several factors that must be required before you can provide that incentive payment under 15A. You might consider if this expenditure is going to diversify the local economy. You might consider exports or tourism. You're also going to consider whether the benefit outweighs the funds dispensed. So is the benefit that will be provided back to the local community, is that proportional to the amount of the public funds being provided as this public incentive for the private efforts, right? And then 15A also says that communities need to avoid poaching businesses within the state unless there's a net gain. So, a business located in the next county over, if they want to move to your city and you're trying to provide them some incentives to make that move, 15A would ask you to closely examine that and determine that you're not just sort of poaching that business away from another community. And then Chapter 15A also says that you can consider if the project is in a blighted area or a brownfield area. So these are areas that may be a little bit harder to get development occurring in, and therefore maybe necessitate further public investment and a higher incentive amount. The state auditor's guidance talked about these factors. So as we said, the state auditor's guidance specifically considered Chapter 15A agreements. Some other things to think about when you're operating under Chapter 15A, you need to ensure that there's no environmental issue being created by the project. you need to ensure and ask the applicant and the recipient of the funds to ensure that there's no discrimination occurring. And you also need to be mindful of conflicts of interest. So there are widely applicable conflict of interest laws for your council members and city employees. And then there are some additional conflict of interest provisions in Iowa Code Chapter 15A. So if a council member or someone on city staff may have a conflict with a 15A incentivized project, they should not participate in discussions. They should not vote on the matter. However, the Iowa Code tells us that the council action approving the 15A agreement is not void unless an improper conflicted vote was decisive. So if the motion would have passed, if the resolution would have passed, had that council member with a conflict of interest just not voted, then it is okay to stand.
I would just highlight, I mean, it sounds like, oh, nobody works with a conflict of interest, but as you all know, in some of our communities, your council members are also the developers or the other folks who are on boards of nonprofits, et cetera. So those conflicts arise more frequently than you think. So you should, to the extent you can, include something in your process to make sure that the staff who are controlling the direction of the incentive and or the council make sure that they don't have an interest in the entity that you're entering into the agreement with.
So next we have some practical tips, really. This is not so much about overcoming the constitutional barrier to providing those public funds to a private entity, but we want to now highlight where you might come up with the funds that you're using in a 15A agreement. So the city may have lost funds available if the incentive payment use of those funds would be authorized by the ballot language that approved the lost. If you have hotel motel taxes, you might be able to use a portion of those funds to provide an incentive. The city can also borrow funds in order to provide an incentive under a 15A agreement. The city could use urban renewal, which has a funding source through tax increment financing. So there are a lot of rules and different layers that go along with urban renewal and TIF. And the city also might consider rebating city-only taxes on increased value that comes from the development of a new project. Now, some of these incentives might work best with a project that is truly focused on development. So construction of a new location of a business in town, right? But you'll probably get many requests from local groups that are just hoping for money to support an event, like Nathan's mentioned, supporting prom, supporting a Little League tournament. So not every funding source really works with every request for money that you'll receive as a city. But these are some of the options to think about. If someone is coming to the city asking for an incentive payment, these are some of the funding sources that you might look at. Okay. We also just want to give a reminder that in any contract, there are 3 crucial elements. So this is for a 15A development agreement or any other contract. There has to be offer from one party, acceptance of the contract by the other party, and there has to be consideration. So consideration is a legal term, but it really just means a party to the contract is agreeing to do something or is agreeing to not do something. Or, that the something they agree to do could be making a payment. So you have to have some promise of action, or it can be a promise not to do something in the alternative. The consideration, there needs to be a promise of some performance on both sides of the party to the contract. So some of these promises to perform could be obligations that you include in a development agreement. So in that development context, that might be construct a new building, might be renovating or expanding an existing building. If the project is operating within an urban renewal area, the city and the property owner could agree to a minimum assessment agreement that sets a minimum assessment value on the completed improvements once they're done. And then often we would like to see these development agreements, including a requirement that the developer create or retain jobs in the community. And this is really a requirement if you're using Chapter 15A legal authority, because as I said, the definition of economic development provided in that chapter is focused on creation or retention of jobs. So these kinds of terms in a contract are what will form the basis for that legal consideration. Okay, so job requirements, as I said, are sort of a crucial factor if you're looking at Chapter 15A. And so we thought we'd cover some information on how you would go about including those job requirements in the language of the contract. You may have a term in the contract that requires a certain minimum number of employees be hired by a particular date. So for example, after building construction is complete, the developer will hire 20 new employees at the property by no later than January 1, now we might say 2026 if it's a current project. You can also require the developer to maintain a number of employees that they already have in their employment. So developer will hire 5 new full-time employees by January 1, 2019, and an additional 10 full-time employees by June 2020, and then will maintain those employees. So during the term of the agreement, they need to show that they continue to employ the new employment jobs that they've created, or retain, existing jobs even that they had before the project started. So if you have a developer or business asking about a development agreement, or asking really about any kind of incentive, even just a grant to help fund an event, I would say that first step is that you want to get more information from the person who's coming and making that request for public funds. So it's often helpful to have the private entity or the developer submit a written request. Some cities use application forms. If you don't have an application process in place, you could also just say, hey, send us a letter, send us an email, explain to us what you're asking for. Hopefully they can provide an amount that they're asking for. They can provide some information on timing, and they can describe what they're going to use the money to do. And then the city can decide if the city wants to support the project. So you might discuss it at a council meeting, before the council decides if they're willing to support the project at all or provide funds for the event at all. And then the council can also decide what incentives they're willing to provide. So it could be, we'll give them 50% of what they asked for, or we'll give them the full amount that they asked for, but only after some aspect of their performance is completed. And then, if that's sort of where you would begin the negotiation steps for a contract, depending on how complex the contract is, you could go back and forth several times until you hopefully reach an agreement.
I think it's useful, Jenna, at this point to talk about an example, which I know you've talked about a lot on other speaking tours. So let's imagine that you have a private daycare in your community. They already have an existing facility. They're not looking to expand, et cetera, but they're not sure that they can continue to afford or pay enough to keep their staff, et cetera. And perhaps they're telling you that they're gonna close up shop and you're gonna lose 50 daycare slots in your community if they don't get some assistance. You may have some folks who feel like, hey, you shouldn't really be using tax dollars to help this private business. Either they'll make it or they won't. But the council may make a public policy decision that, one, we want to keep those daycare spots open in our community because that's going to help us be attractive to employers and employees to be able to live and work in your community. And two, they can make the argument that we don't want to lose those jobs if there's 7 or 8 folks working at the daycare center. So it's possible that they could make the findings under 15A that says it's worth it to us to provide them $1,000 per year per job that they have at that daycare center. And if the city council wanted to go that route, you'd want to make the findings about the importance of keeping not only the jobs at that center, but those daycare spots open to be attractive from an economic development standpoint. Make those findings, negotiate what the terms of the contract would be, what kind of jobs do they need to be, how many, for how long, and then what the city's going to provide them in the way of an incentive. So that would be an example of a situation where you want to make sure that you go through the thought processes laid out in this presentation before entering into that type of contract with the daycare center, but that it is a possibility if you put in the work.
Yeah, good illustration. Okay, the next couple of sections, we're going to talk about some other forms of contracts where public funds might be used. So another common type of contract is a 28E agreement. 28E agreements allow state and local governments to partner with other agencies, including private entities. And it's intended to enhance operations on a joint project effectively. So joint provision of services, or maybe a joint building project. But it's important to remember that Chapter 28E only allows for kind of an enhancement of the city's powers. The Chapter 28E does not expand the powers granted to a city. So a Chapter 28E agreement is not going to allow the city to do something it would not otherwise be allowed to do. Very simple example is that simply entering into a 28E agreement does not allow the city to provide public funds as a payment for a private purpose. A Chapter 28E agreement would not allow you to sell city-owned property without a public hearing, as required by Iowa Code Chapter or Section 364(7). Chapter 28E doesn't allow doesn't waive any conflict of interest requirements that a council member might have. So Chapter 28E and 28E agreements, that terminology gets thrown around a lot, and I think sometimes there's confusion that it allows more than it does. A Chapter 28E agreement really is just a tool to provide for a partnership of sorts when you're jointly providing some services or working on a joint building project, something along those lines. So the contract parties to a 28E agreement, there must be at least one public agency included. Often it's between multiple public agencies. So a city and a county, maybe 2 cities, 3 cities, you could imagine emergency services that are coordinated among multiple communities. But you can also have a 28E agreement entered into between a public entity and a private entity, like a nonprofit corporation or any other form of business. You theoretically could also have a 28E agreement between the city and just an individual, although I can't say that I've seen that happen. And then the parties entering into the 28E agreement all need to make sure that they independently have the authority to do what they're promising to do in that agreement's obligations. Because as I said, the 28E agreement will not change their authority to act. So drafting a 28E agreement requires some careful attention to the law because Iowa Code Chapter 28E includes specific requirements of certain provisions that must be included in a 28E agreement. It's also good to know that a Chapter 28E agreement can create a new entity. So for example, a solid waste agency or a shared emergency services entity. And if a new entity is not being created to carry out the joint endeavor, then the agreement needs to specify who is responsible for administering the agreement. So often that would be, if the agreement is between two cities, let's say, it could be that the city administrator in each city is identified as the persons responsible for ensuring that the agreement is carried out. Okay, so if you're using city tax dollars to provide some money to a private entity, because the city has entered into a 28E agreement with that private entity, these are the things to consider. So first, you want to apply the state auditor's contracting guidance for 28E agreements. That means you're requiring the city government to be involved on an ongoing basis in managing the 28E agreement and reviewing the actions undertaken pursuant to the 28E agreement to make sure there's ongoing compliance. You also want to make sure that the 28E agreement would allow the city to terminate the agreement and try to recover the public funds that were expended if there was a violation of the terms of the agreement. And then it's also important to keep in mind that simply transferring public funds to another entity through a 28E agreement does not change the rules regarding depositing or investing public funds, which are still governed by Iowa Code Chapters 12B and 12C. Okay.
So to kind of apply those to a situation, if it is, we're obviously talking about in this setting, a 28E between a public agency, the city, and a private entity, if we're talking about kind of this public purpose requirement. And the boxes here that Jenna went through, what you can envision is you've identified a public purpose that is being furthered by this 28E relationship. And in that 28E, the city needs to maintain some level of control to ensure that the public dollars are being spent in a way that furthers the public purpose that you've identified in order to spend those dollars. So that's kind of what I think the auditor was laying out in the guidance is the 28E arrangement is often used, as Jenna said, and I think it's the most important part. It doesn't give you any extra protections. It just is a tool for you to partner up with a city or a private entity. But when you do that, you can't relinquish all oversight. You need to make sure that those public dollars are being spent in a way consistent with the 28E agreement and furthering the public purpose.
Okay, and then up next is service contracts. So this is kind of the easiest, saving the easiest for last here. So the city certainly can enter into a contract with private entities for them to provide services to you. So we just threw up an illustration here, might prompt you to think of some of the private businesses that the city could contract with for services, right? You may have city staff that handle some of your sort of handyman responsibilities, but you could also contract with a private business to provide services like painting a building, you know, maintenance on city-owned vehicles. You can, contract with, frankly, a lot of service providers, right? So contracting, I guess, using public funds to pay for services received is a public purpose. The state auditor's guidance is very clear about that. And then really the challenge just becomes making sure that you're carefully documenting it still. So the state auditor provided some specific recommendations for service contracts where you're using public funds to pay that private service provider. Okay, so these recommendations are, you want to, oh, is there?
It's called.
Okay. So recommendations, you want to reduce the agreements to writing. You want to make sure that the terms and conditions are very clear and have detail. So think about, you're not just saying, we're hiring a plumber and we're paying them $100. You want to say, we're hiring a plumber to come fix the water leak in this particular bathroom of this city building, and we're paying them $100 to do that. You want to spell out clearly any timing components of the government funding, so any schedule of payments, amount, and the total cost. So this might be more applicable to a long-term contract. Maybe you've hired a landscaping business and all summer long, they are responsible to come and mow the grass at every city park. So you want to explain how frequently you're paying them, the amount of each payment, and then the total overall cost that you're expecting under that contract. You also want to make clear what the city is getting in return. So what's the bargain? Often in a service contract context, that will be pretty straightforward, right? The person or business you're paying is expected to complete the service that you've asked them to do. But you can also, you know, accept kind of a more general benefit in exchange for funds. Either way, you want the contract to be expressly recognizing the public benefit that the city is receiving in exchange for the city's payment. Other thing that is not always common in a standard contract is requiring the private entity to be accountable to the city for its spending. So this is really just making sure there's some component of oversight and transparency in the contract. You know, so a plumber's standard contract for services is probably going to be a very short little one-page receipt, essentially, right? It's going to say repair leaky faucet in such and such bathroom, pay me $100. In that single instance contract, you know, hopefully the oversight could be as simple as making sure they actually perform the repair and then they get paid. And as Nathan had mentioned earlier, in a single, you know, a one-time payment for a low amount, you may not need to build in as much oversight. But you can think about if you have a, you know, on the other hand, a contract where the landscaping business is supposed to be mowing all city parks for the summer. Okay, well, do you want them to file a report every month confirming that they did mow all of the parks? You know, does the city want to be able to ask for more information about the schedule of mowing? You know, again, these are fairly simple examples, but you can imagine that there may be more complicated situations. And in particular, we see, you know, one of the best instances to require oversight and transparency would be if the city is providing money for a special event then you may want to ask for the organizers of the event to provide a report to the city council after the event. So, after the Little League tournament, ask the organizers to report back to the city and say, we held this event, it was very successful. We estimate we had 400 people in attendance, that sort of thing. And then that documentation also helps to show that public purpose. And then lastly, it's pretty simple, but always a good reminder that you want to make sure both sides actually sign the agreement. And you want to make sure to keep proper records of all of these contracts and proper records of all payments issued.
So I think this slide is like the takeaway. We kind of buried the lead here. I think not only does this apply to service contracts, this is kind of from the state auditor's guidance, the checklist of things to make sure you're trying to cover in some fashion anytime that you're using or providing public funds to a private entity. So this is maybe the slide you print out and keep close at hand and see if you're complying, do a little audit of your common expenditures that go to private entities, and are we satisfying these things with respect to that? Often it can be a process that you already have in place that you just fine tune, or maybe it's perfectly fine. But again, maybe that process allows you to meet this without thinking about, oh, I need a 15-page contract. Do we have an application process? Do we already have some type of council oversight about how you're approving those? You expect some type of reporting back. And so maybe the process can help you satisfy these 6 different items that the auditor laid out. But I kind of think this is the important takeaway. To give you another example in this context, and it bleeds over a little bit into the 15A piece, but a lot of communities have agreements with their chamber association or economic development corporation, either of which may be a private or would be a private entity. And so you're spending public dollars. Maybe they ask you for $50,000 a year to do their activities in the community. And this is a checklist that would apply great to that arrangement. You would want a contract with that chamber organization, spell out exactly what activities they're going to engage in, what economic marketing, et cetera, what are their programs, how is that going to benefit you, how frequently are you going to make those payments to the organization and in what amount, and then expect them to come in on a regular basis, at least yearly, I would think, if not more frequently, to say, okay, these are the activities we're engaged in under the contract, these are the benefits that we're bringing to the community, et cetera, and make sure that that contract remains up to date and signed and you have a record of it. So that's an arrangement that we see frequently that I think really exemplifies the steps you would expect to have in that relationship, as opposed to just, oh, it's time to write another $100,000 check to the Economic Development Corp. You have a contract that kind of lays out the expectations, et cetera. And I think that's what the state auditor would look for when they come to look at your books and see if you're complying with their expectations. So that was a lot of lawyer words in 45 minutes. Happy to take specific example questions if you have them, et cetera. And also happy to be done if that's your preference. Now lunch is over.
Nathan, it's Marla. I have a question. Last week, I was at a small city council meeting, well, a city council meeting at a small community for a presentation I was going to give. And before I was up, they had a neighboring community had asked for a donation for their mother's club. I think they're doing a Christmas event for kids. And it was they approved $100. So like, is that okay?
That's exactly what the state auditor is looking for to make sure that you're going through this process. The devil's in the details. I don't know the facts of the club, what they were going to do, but you'd want to go through the process of identifying what's the public purpose that they're advancing. And make sure that the council is finding that public purpose and then spelling out how much they're providing and expecting to get a report back or some level of transparency about how that money was spent. So if it's a particular event, as Jenna said, maybe the transparency is they come back at the next council meeting and say, we had the event, we had 15 participants, it was lovely. Ideally, they would be able to tie into one of these purposes about how it's advancing the community, whether it was attracting people to the community, spend money in the businesses or whatever the case may be. But that is exactly in the sweet spot of what catches the auditor's eye about we just can't be writing $100 check to every nonprofit that comes and says, hey, you know, we're a small community. We know what we do here in the community. Can we have some money? I think the auditor would expect a little more in the way of complying with some of these steps we've laid out.
Okay. Thank you.
So it's not that was a long answer. It's never necessarily a yes or no. It's have you thought about the things the auditor wants you to think about? And there may be situations where you simply can't come up with the public purpose. And if you can't, then I think the answer would be no. They shouldn't be providing that contribution. And
well,
you know, for example, hey, we want to throw one heck of a tailgate, you know, before the Iowa game. And you're like, why should we give you that money? You know, and it's the easy ones are easy and we can make fun of. But when Jenna was talking about getting the landscape firm to mow your parks, I mean, the flip side of that would be, and then you spend $50 from the city coffers to have them mow your yard as a staff person or the council member's yard. You know, that's the private purpose that the Constitution is trying to prevent you from spending dollars on. So if it's a local club that comes and asks the money, they're right in that gray area between the two. They're not mowing it's not, you know, visibly apparent that they're performing a public service. It's not a private service. They're not mowing an individual's yard. But what's that group doing that's advancing the public purposes that they're going to spend the money on?
Anybody else have any questions? No? Well, thank you both.
Our pleasure. It's sorry we couldn't be there in person. Jenna and I are on a little speaking tour right now. I was down in Red Oak. She was over in Cedar Falls. Friday we go to West Des Moines. And so we were gonna try to make it up there to Dubuque. We love the community. But we just decided if you wanted to see both of our faces, we're gonna have to do it remotely. So sorry we couldn't be there.
Totally understand. Could you email me this presentation, please?
Yep, sure will.
Perfect. Thanks again.
Yes, have a great rest of the week.
Thank you, you too.
Bye.
All right, that wraps it up for today. Thanks for coming. Be careful, because you know, our first cold day and look what it does. Thanks everybody online.
What do you want us to do with these more?
Just leave them up.